Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning about PHP and MongoDB. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So, if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. First, we will start off by learning what is PHP. PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor, a most widely used scripting language used to design and develop web applications. More on PHP, the technicalities and the practicalities in the tutorial ahead. Followed by PHP, we will learn MongoDB. MongoDB is a widely used open source cross-platform database management system licensed under Server-Side Public License. This database is one of the most highly interactive and highly recommended database worldwide in the IT industry. Now we will also learn the theoretical explanation, the practical sessions on MongoDB as well. Now without further ado, passing the control over to our experts.
Rob is the owner of an e-commerce business. Earlier, his customers were very happy with the products they purchased from his website. But with more traffic and user base, Rob started receiving complaints from his customers, not related to the products, but the website itself. Now, the customers were facing challenges like slow website speed, bad user experience, and poor security features. Like any other business owner, Rob wanted to rectify the problem, but he was unable to find a solution to it. Well, developing his websites in PHP can solve all of Rob's problems. And guess what? PHP is simple to learn and easier to implement. Let me elaborate on this. So PHP is useful in many ways as, first and foremost, it can make the website function faster. It can create dynamic web pages, and dynamic web pages are what makes a website more interactive. Next, it provides security encryption. It is a cost-efficient language. It is very compatible as it works efficiently with different databases and programming languages. And it is platform independent, which means a PHP application can run on any environment. Now, before moving into the details, did you know that 79.2% web is still powered by PHP, which nearly translates to 20 million websites and 1 million web servers? Now, in this presentation, you'll learn about what is PHP, how does it work differently from a conventional web page, what are its features, some major companies where PHP is implemented, prerequisites on learning it, and finally, we will have a look at the demo for our first PHP program. Now, without further ado, let's get started. So what exactly is PHP? PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor, which is a recursive acronym. It is an open source server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and used for web development. Now, before we get overwhelmed by the technical terms, let me simplify them for you. Now, for those of you who don't know, open source is a term for technology, which means it is freely available to everyone. While server-side scripting means that from writing the code to implementing and processing it, everything is done on the server side, while the user just lays down and enjoys the experience. Now that we know what PHP is, let's see how a PHP script looks like. As you can see on the screen, this is the syntax of PHP. It opens with an angled bracket, question mark, PHP, and ends with a question mark and an angled bracket, while the code comes in between them. Now, as you can notice, this is very similar to how HTML codes are written. Now, let's have a look at some features of PHP. Now, while PHP being a very diverse and feature-rich language, some of its main features are listed here. Let us try and understand them one by one. First is simple. Now, this feature comes as a good news to new learners, since PHP is simple and hence an easy to learn language. Next comes flexibility. PHP is a highly flexible language. In conventional web pages, even the smallest of changes have to go through the developer, who changes the code to implement them. While PHP gives you the flexibility to make small changes without the intervention of the developer itself. It is also platform independent, which means it does not require any special plugins to run and can basically run on any environment. Next is interpreted. PHP is an interpreted language and does not compile the entire code, hence taking less time, which takes us to our next feature, that is fast. Websites developed in PHP are faster. This is why developing dynamic websites using PHP is considered as the best option. As discussed earlier too, PHP is called as an open source language, which means it is free to use and implement. Next feature is security. The language consists of a few built-in frameworks that provides benefits like encryption and hence protection from cyber attacks. Next is a large PHP community. Since PHP is an old language, it has grown up to a large community which is very helpful and makes the language more stable. So that was all about features of PHP. Moving forward, let us discuss the workflow of a PHP web page. How does a PHP page work? So, for a better understanding, let us first see how a basic HTML page functions. In the basic HTML workflow, when you open a website on your browser, a request is sent from the browser to the server, and the server then returns the requested page stored on it back to the browser. Now that's it. No matter what device or what purpose you open the website for, the page return is always the same, or you can say static. Now, what PHP does different is, when you open a website developed in PHP, a request in .php extension is sent to the server. Into the server, there exists a PHP interpreter which recognizes the .php file and interprets it. Based on the request from the browser, it pulls out data from its database and file systems and returns a HTML page personalized according to the user. Now let me give you an example to make it more clear. When you log into your account on Rob's new e-commerce website made on PHP, it takes your unique request to the server and shows you products based on your past preference and liking, instead of showing you the exact same page every time. Now this makes the website dynamic and more interactive to the user. Also guys, before moving forward, if you're enjoying this video, please give a thumbs up and subscribe to Simplilearn for more such content. So that was all about the workflow of PHP. Let us discuss the companies using them. Many companies have reached great success by implementing PHP into their websites. Let me list down a few of them. First comes Facebook, the biggest social media platform. Did you know that Facebook was created entirely on PHP? And according to the website SimilarWeb, PHP is visited by users for nearly 22 billion times per month. This means the social media platform has to deal with huge traffic volumes, and PHP helps the website with this. Now before moving to the next website, a quick question for you guys. What is the one site everyone goes to for information? Correct, it's Wikipedia. And guess what? It is written in PHP too. Now, platforms like WordPress, which are used to create beautiful websites itself, are also based on PHP. And blogging and social media channels such as Tumblr and even multi-service platforms like Yahoo, which face huge amounts of data traffic every day, uses PHP to function. So now that I hope you're more motivated to learn PHP, let us look at some of the prerequisites of learning it. Now, since PHP scripts, as already discussed, are embedded into HTML codes, a basic understanding of HTML comes naturally as a prerequisite. Again, a website cannot be complete without the implementation of CSS. Hence, a basic understanding of CSS is also a must. Next is basic knowledge of programming language. Now, this is not necessarily a prerequisite, but if you have basic knowledge of programming fundamentals such as OOPS concept, functions and arrays, etc., it would really help you along the way. Let's get started and learn what exactly is XAMPP. Now, XAMPP stands for Cross-Platform, Apache Server, Maria Database, PHP, and then finally Perl. Xampp is an open source application that is developed by Apache friends and is one of the easiest ways to host a local web server with access to MySQL database, PHP and Perl. So it is an all-in-one package. So now that we have an understanding of what Xampp is, let us set up the software on our system and then see how to use it to run a PHP script. So now to set up the Xampp software, what we need to do is let us open the browser and download our software. So as you can see here, apachefriends.org is the official website from where you can download the Xampp software. Since we are using the Windows version, we'll download it for Windows, although it is available for Linux and macOS as well. Now let's wait for the download to get finished. It almost is. Now let's open the setup and install our software right away. Continue installation. Next. Now from here you can select all the extra files that you want to install along with the Xampp setup or you don't want to install. Now this is the default folder for Xampp installation, that is C drive Xampp, and I would recommend you keep it that way. I think there's some issue here. Yeah, well, this is the folder for my old Xampp. Yeah. Now we wait for the installation to get finished and then we'll run a quick PHP script, a welcome or hello world kind of script to see how this Xampp software functions along with PHP. Now the installation is almost done. We'll just wait for a few. Now the installation is complete and now let us open the control panel to check if it's done correctly. Yes, everything seems fine now. So this is the control panel for the Xampp software, which includes all the services provided by it. And in our PHP tutorials, we'll be mainly using the Apache server and the MySQL one. So you need to click on Apache server, started, and MySQL. Now Apache server will show you the default port on which it is running. Now to check if Xampp is correctly installed on your system, let's open the browser again and type localhost. Now this will open up the dashboard for the Xampp application. Let's click on phpMyAdmin and the information is available here. So the installation is complete. Similarly, we'll install the Visual Studio Code. Since I've already installed the software on my system, I'll not be doing that. Now, let us come to the important part. Let us redirect to C drive and there we have a Xampp installed. Open the Xampp folder and locate htdocs. Now this is the folder where all your PHP files, codes and website related data will be stored. Now we'll open the htdocs and let us create a new folder here. Since it will be a first program, let us name it first PHP. Now let's open our code editor, that is Visual Studio Code. Click on open folder, locate to Xampp, htdocs and the folder we created, first PHP. As you can see, let me close this first. As you can see, first PHP folder is visible here. Let us create our first PHP file. Let's name it hello.php. Now don't forget the .php extension, otherwise the code will not run. Now since a browser only understands HTML code, we will have to embed the PHP script into the HTML code itself. So let's begin. Let me zoom it a little bit so you can see clearly. Let me add a heading. So h1 will be too big. Let's keep it to h2. My first PHP web page. Let's write our first PHP script. So a PHP script begins with an opening angular bracket, question mark, PHP. Now we'll write the PHP script, that is echo hello world. Now echo acts as a print function which prints any string that is in front of it. In this case, it will display hello world onto the web page. Let's close the script with a question mark and a closing angular bracket, and also close our HTML code. Now before running a web page, let us first check if the web server is still active. Yes, the web server is still running. So let's open the browser, type localhost. Now type the name of the folder that you have created, that is first PHP. Now as you can see, our hello.php file is present here. Let's click on it, and as you can see, our first web page is visible, which shows the heading my first PHP web page and the hello world from a PHP script. In this video on PHP programming, we're going to discuss different PHP concepts from the very basics such as syntax, hello world program up until learning how to collect form data using PHP scripts, and also cover a lot more concepts in between. Now what we need to do is to use Visual Studio Code. What we do is we go to C drive, Xampp folder, or wherever you have installed your Xampp software. We go to that folder, locate htdocs, and let us now create another folder, and you can name it anything that you want to based on your project. Since we are discussing the concepts, let us name it concepts. Now right click on it, and here as you can see it shows open with code. When you click on it, you can see that it opens Visual Studio Code for you along with the concepts folder that we just created. Now this is where you will create all your files for your project and will be writing all of your PHP scripts. Now let's create the first PHP file. From here, new file, let us name it tutorial.php and see how a PHP syntax looks like. So a PHP syntax begins with an angular opening bracket, question mark, PHP, and ends with a question mark and a closing angular bracket, while the PHP script goes in between. So this is the very basic syntax of how PHP scripts are written. Now let us move on and see how to write a hello world program using a PHP script. So to print something on PHP, echo is used. Now to use echo, what you need to do is just write the string that you want to print in front of it and save the program. So hello and welcome to Simplilearn. Let us close it and save the file. Now I'm going to show you how to use the Xampp software in order to run PHP scripts. Go and open your Xampp control panel. And from the control panel, you have to start this first service, that is Apache. Now this is going to start a local web server on your system. Now open your browser, go to a new tab and type localhost, followed by the name of the folder that we just created into htdocs, that was concepts, and hit enter. Here you can see the file that we just created, tutorial.php, and when you click on it, you can see your first program visible here. Hello and welcome to Simplilearn. Now suppose you have a program that needs to print this exact same string again and again throughout the program. So what are you going to do? Type the entire echo statement through your code or make it simpler. Now to make it simpler, what we need to do is we need to go back to our code and discuss the concept of variables. Now to create a variable, what we need to do is we need to use this $sign followed by the name of the variable. You can name it anything you want. So let us name it str and type hello and welcome to Simplilearn. So this is our first variable. Now this variable str stores this string value. Also, you can create different variables for different purposes, such as if you want to store a number, suppose. So you can store number 5, and suppose you want to store a floating variable, and that would be float, and a floating variable is a number with decimal points, so 7.6. So now we have 3 variables in a program. Now, one thing to notice if you're coming from a different programming language is that you don't need to define the type of variable in PHP. That is, if it is a string, number, or a floating variable. Now, to print this, we can use echo, but when you want to print a variable in echo, you need to do things a little differently. So let us start with h1 heading. Now to print a variable, what you need to do is you need to use dot followed by the name of the variable, that would be str, and another dot followed by, if you want to type something along with the variable, I'm going to copy this code and paste it. Now let us change the size of the headings. And also change a variable. So in the second line we are going to print num, and in the third the float that we created. So now we have all of our variables into our echo. Now let us save this program and see what it does. So as you can see, the variables are printed on your program and you don't have to write them again and again. You can simply write the name of the variable along with echo and dot and print it along. Now that we know about variables, suppose you want to print the names of different laptop brands available in the market. Now what you're going to do you create different variables for each name, that is a variable for HP, a variable for Lenovo, a variable for Asus, or do you want a single variable to store all of the names of the laptop brands available? Now with arrays, it is possible to store different information of the same data type, that is integer, string, under a single variable. The condition is all of the data that is stored under the variable should have the same data type. Now, let us see how array works. Now, array stores multiple values in a single variable, as we already discussed. Now, to make an array, first what we need to do is name a variable laptop brand and type in array function, and under that function we are going to write the names of different laptop brands, that is HP with separated by commas, Lenovo, Asus and Dell. So suppose these are the 4 laptop brands that are available in the market in your area. Now what you need to do is you need to print what is in this particular variable, that is laptop brand. So to print it, you need to first create variable dump. Now what variable dump does is, it, as you can see here, it exports the variable that is in its function. Now we are going to write the variable that we just created into the variable dump function, and it will just return the data type and value. Now suppose you want to print it. So to print it, what we need to do is just add echo in front of it. Okay, now before moving on to seeing the result of this program, let us just make this part of the code inactive. Now to do that, we are going to learn a new concept in between, that is comments. So comments are the lines in a code that are not executed while the program is run. So a single line comment starts with 2/ and anything written in front of it does not run along with the code. So these comments are very useful when you're writing a code to make your code readable and more understandable by any coder who will or might later on use the code that you've just created. Now suppose what we can do with comments is, I'm going to write a comment just in front of it. This is a string variable. Now after these slashes, anything written is not executed when I'm going to run the program. Also, now what do? If you want to make this whole part of the code not functioning, do you add 2/ in front of everything? Or you can use a much simpler method, that is multi-line comments. To use multi-line comments, what you're going to do is use /*. This marks the start of the multi-line code, and to end this, use star and / again, and everything in between does not run when you're going to run your program. So we will now see how this array works. We will just reload this page, and as you can see, HP, Lenovo, Asus and Dell are visible here. Also, you might notice this array 4 shows the length of the array, and this shows the position where all of these strings are inside the array. That is, an array starts with the 0 position, not 1 but 0. So the first would be 0 position, that is HP, and then 1 Lenovo, and subsequently Asus and Dell. Now suppose you just want to print the second variable in your array. What you need to do is you need to go back to your code, and in front of the variable you need to write the position that you want to print under square brackets, that is, the second position in array would be number 1. And save the code, go back to the browser, and only the second variable in the array is visible. Now suppose instead of a variable you want to create a value that you don't want to be changed throughout your entire program. So consonants are used for the same purpose. Now consonants are very much like variables, except that once they are defined, they cannot be changed or undefined. So let us see how consonants work. First, we will put this code under a comment and now start writing a consonant. So to define or create a consonant, what you need to do is use the define function, and inside the define function what you need to do is you need to write the name of the consonant. And okay, first let us write the name of the consonant. Suppose laptops followed by the value of the HP, consonant, Lenovo, and Asus, and that's it. And you close the define function, and there you have defined your consonant in your PHP script. Now this cannot be changed or undefined throughout your program. Now to print it, what you need to do is type echo followed by the name of the consonant that you just created. So the name of the consonant is laptops. Save the code, go back, and HP, Lenovo, and Asus are visible here. You can also create consonant arrays along with a normal consonant. Now to create a consonant array, you just need to add a square bracket. Just a second. Let me close this one. Separated by commas, and now we have the names of the laptop as an array, which by the way cannot be changed or undefined throughout your code, just like any other consonant. Now suppose you want to just print the name of the third laptop that is available in the market. Now what you need to do is you need to write the position, and the third position in case of arrays would be number 2. Save, and only Asus is visible here. So this is how consonants and variables work in PHP. Now before moving on to the next section, let me give you another situation. Now suppose I want you to print a number only and only if it is greater than 7. How do you do that? Now since it is a condition, conditional statements are used to perform different actions based on different conditions. Now some of the conditional statements include in PHP are if else, if, else if, else, and switch. And we're going to discuss them one by one. So the first one is if. Now let me create a variable. Let us name it var and write the value 8. Now the example that we just discussed, if we want to check if this variable is greater than 7 and only then print the variable on our screen. Now to do that, what we need to do is type in if, and in the bracket we need to type the condition that we're going to check, that is if variable greater than 7. Now use curly brackets, and inside the curly bracket write the code that you want to execute only and only if the condition of this if is met. So we need to print this variable. So echo var and go and save it. Now go back and reload, and you can see 8 is printed here. Now let us go back and change the value of the variable to 5 and save it, go back, reload, and as you can see, nothing is printed on the screen since the condition that we just mentioned inside if does not meet. Now suppose I tell you that if the condition does not meet, you have to print a string saying that the condition did not meet. How do you do that? To do it, what you need to add after if is else. And else does not need to have a condition, since as the English word suggests, it is else, which means the condition of if did not meet, and inside the else we're going to write the code echo the condition did not meet. Save it. The condition did not meet. Now time for another condition. Now suppose I ask you to check if a number is divisible by 2, 3 or both. How do you do that? Now to do that, first let us create a number 6. Now check if variable %2 is equals to 0. Now what this shows is this brings out the remainder, and if the remainder is 0, that means it is divisible by 2. And we need to add one more condition here, and variable %3 equals to 0. And what this does is it checks if both of these conditions are true, that is, if the number inside the variable is divisible by both 2 and 3, we will display divisible by both. Now what we need to do is we need to check if it is divisible by 2. So else if. So since it is else if, we need to add a condition in it too. Else if variable %2 equals to 0. Echo divisible by 2. Similarly, divisible by 3 Another, you can add as many else if statements as you want, and the final else will show okay. Let us go back and save our program. Since a variable is 6, it should show divisible by both. And you can see it shows exactly the same, divisible by both. Now let us change the value and see if our program works. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the value to 4, save our program and run it again. Divisible by 2. Similarly, 9. Divisible by 3. And finally, 13. Not divisible by either 2 or 3. So this is how you can make use of if, else if, and else statements. Now the next conditional statement is switch statement. Now the switch statement is used to perform different actions based on different conditions. So let me again give you a situation so that you understand better. So suppose you're playing a game which has 4 different levels, and first level is easy, medium, hard, and extreme. So you need to print that. Now what will you do? You can also use if else if, but it's a lot of code. Switch statement makes it a lot simpler and more readable. So what we need to do is we need to type in switch. Okay, first what we need to do is first we need to create a variable. So a variable, suppose, let us name it level, and level is 3. To create a switch statement, you need to type in switch and enter the name of the variable that will be passed into the switch statement to check for the conditions. Level, and it also begins with a curly bracket, and inside the switch statement what you need to do is you need to type case. That is, the first case would be case 1 followed by a colon and the statement that you want to execute, that is echo you are playing at easy level. And since you want your program to stop here itself, what you need to do is you need to type in break. Similarly for rest of the levels, I'll just copy this code here. 2, 3, and 4, and just make the changes. And similar to if-else statements, you also need to add another statement that would be default if any of the conditions are not met in the switch statement. Suppose the value of your variable is 20, which does not make any sense to the game, then what you need to do is you need to display a default error message, and that would be invalid input. And you also need to end the switch statement with a curly braces and end the PHP program. Alright, let us save it, go to a browser and run. You are playing at hard level. I guess you must have understood the concept. Let us just one more time change the value of the variable to 20, save it, go back, invalid input. So this is how the conditional statements in PHP work. Next, what we're going to talk about is PHP loops. Now suppose you want to run a block of code or a part of code again and again and again, or in other words, in loop. So PHP has that functionality known as PHP loops to do the same task. Now there are different types of PHP loops available, that is while, do while and for loops, which we will be discussing in this part of the video. Now let us start with the while loop. Now the while loop loops through a block of code as long as the condition that you have entered or specified in the while loop is true. So let me just remove it. Now to write a while loop, what you need to do is type while followed by the condition. And to write the condition, what we need to first do is let us create a variable and well give it a value of 2. Now the condition which we are going to write is, this is just an example, so if or while the value of variable is less than equals to 10, and then we follow along with the curly braces and type the code that we want to run again and again until the value of a variable becomes 10 or till the value of a variable is less than 10. Suppose number, then the variable, that is where, and that's about it. Now what we need to do is we need to increase the value of the variable, else this code will run for an infinite amount of time and the system might crash. So to increase the variable in each iteration, what we need to do is we need to use the ++ operator, which will increase the value of the variable by 1 in each iteration. Now we're going to save the code and run it. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and so on. Let me just add break here, and you can see all of the numbers up until 10 are visible here, and after 10 the loop just stops. So let me explain it again. So what we are doing is we are writing while along with the condition until when the code is supposed to be run again and again. So the condition is if the value of the variable is less than or equals to 10. Since a value of our variable is 2, the condition is true, so the code inside of this while is executed and the code will display the value of the number and the variable value will increase with each iteration until it becomes greater than 10, and then the loop will exit. Now, the do-while loop is very similar to the while one, the only difference being, in case of a do-while loop, a code, this code will execute at least once. I'll show you how it works. So, in case of do-while, we start with do curly braces. Let us use this same example. And after the curly braces, what we do is we write while along with the condition, that is equals to 10. Let me just okay. Now let me tell you why do we need do while loop. Suppose the value of a variable is 11. Now since the condition does not meet, in case of the while loop it will not even run once. Now suppose you want to display the current value of the variables whether or not if it meets the condition at least once. So in case of do while, it will first go into this do loop, run the code, and then after the do loop is complete, this part of the code is complete, it will go on to the while part and check the condition. Now if the condition does not meet, the loop will end here, and if it meets, it will continue until the condition does not meet the while part. So it will run at least once. Now save this and go back to a browser and reload this program, and as you can see, number 11 is visible here. So do while is helpful in some cases, which you'll realize as you start coding more and more. Now next up is for loop. Now for loop is used when we already know how many times we want the loop to run. So for loop is used when you want to run a piece of code a specific number of times. Now let me show you how it works. Now the for loop is written in 3 parts. Here we don't need to define a variable beforehand. The first part of the for loop is defining the value of the variable. So variable is equals to, let us value it at 1. Now we want to make it run till suppose 6 values. So what we need to do is we need to write the condition in the second part of the for loop. If variable less than equals to 6, and in the third part will be the incremental part. So as you can notice, in while and do while, we put the incremental part inside the block of the code. Here the incremental part is inside the for function itself. Variable plus plus. And then we start with the curly braces and we write the code similar to, I'll just copy it from here. And now let us just save it and print to show you how it works. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now these loops are a very important aspect of programming, and you all should try out different problems based on loops by yourself. Now next up in PHP is PHP Functions. Now functions are a very very useful and very important part of programming in any language. Functions are of two types: built-in functions and user-defined functions. Now, built-in functions are the functions that are already present inside the framework of your programming language. A very popular example of a built-in function of PHP is echo. Echo is a function that is already built in PHP and is used to print out variables, strings, and values on the screen. Now, user-defined functions are functions you create yourself to use a code repeatedly in your program. So I'll explain you while writing the code itself. So suppose you want to use this for code 4 or 5 times in your program. So, or even more, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 times in your program. If you're writing a very, very large program, you want to print or use this part of the code 100 times in your program. What do? Do you write this entire code or copy paste this entire code again and again 100 times and make your code lengthier? Or do you just want to use this piece of code from here, from anywhere in your program? Now, to do that, we need to put this piece of code inside a user-defined function. So how do we do that? We do that by writing function followed by, suppose you want to call this function a name and start with curly braces. Now this is a user-defined function named name. Now inside this name function is a piece of code, this for. Now how do we reuse it? I'll show you in a second. So suppose you are a long way from your code, from this code. You don't even know where it is. You want to use this code again after writing hundreds of lines of code. So how do you do it? You just type the name of the function, that is name, and close it. That's about it. This is called calling a function. So it is similar to calling a friend for help. So here you just call your friend name to execute this part of the code. Here, save, and well, there are no changes since the output will be the same. Let us make some changes. Add another echo. I'm going to run it again later. And call this function again. Save it. And as you can see, once the function is called, the output is printed. And I'm going to run it again later. And then again the function is called and it uses the same piece of code again and again and again. See how simple coding can be when you know what to use when. Now let's move ahead and understand the concepts of oops in PHP. So as you can see on the screen, I have listed down the 8 concepts of oops that we will be discussing today. First is class, next comes objects, then its member functions and member variables, then constructor and destructor, inheritance, and finally it is polymorphism. Now let's walk through each of the concepts one by one. First is class. It is a blueprint of an object that provides initial values for the state. A class consists of both data and functions together are called objects. Now let's first have a look at the class. Let me create a file named class.php, and let us write the code first. Here I have defined a class by using the class keyword, followed by fruit, which is the class name. Next, I have added a pair of curly braces and added the entire properties and methods within the braces. So as you can see on the screen, we have declared a class named fruit that contains two properties called name and color. Along with that, I have also added two methods, setName and getName. Now, the purpose of these methods is for setting and getting the name property. So let me give you some important information. So when you define a class, a variable in it is called property, while a function is known as method. Now let us execute the code and see the output. Let's go to the browser and type localhost / followed by the file name. Here's our file, class.php, and as you can see on the screen, the code is running perfectly. Now that was about the class. Next comes objects. So it is an instance of a class. Basically, a variable holds the data of a class. Now we define a class once and create as many objects in it. So for a better understanding, let me give you an example. Suppose a car is a class, so Mercedes-Benz and BMW would be objects. Now let's see objects. Classes are incomplete without objects. So we can add as many objects as we want from a class. And every single object has the properties and methods defined in the class. But those objects will have different property values. So objects of a class are created using the new keyword. Now let me open the code editor and let's create another file called obj.php. So this code will be the same. Let's copy and paste it here. Now let me type the code for object. As you can see, I have used the new keyword to create object of the class fruit. Similarly, banana would be another object. And now we'll use the setName function to set the name to Apple on this object, on the Apple object that we have created. Similarly, we will set the name for the banana object There's an extra bracket here. Let's remove it. Now moving forward, let us type the code to display what we have added into the objects. For this, can you guess which method we'll be using? Yes, the getName method will be used to display the name saved onto the object using the setName method. Now that our code is complete, let us run and check if it's working correctly. Let me go back and refresh. Now here we have our object.php file. Yes, the code runs perfectly, the fruit program, and it is displaying apple and banana from the two objects that we created. I hope now you have clearly understood the concept. Moving on to the next one, let's talk about the member variable and member function. A member variable is defined within a class. The data can be accessed by the member functions alone. Now once the object is built, these variables are called attributes of the object, whereas member function is defined within a class and is used to access object data. So next comes constructor. So it allows an individual to allot an object's properties while the object creation, while a destructor is a function that is called when the object stops working. We will have a look at the constructor program. So constructor allows an individual to allot an object's properties while the object creation. Now suppose you build a program using constructor function. PHP will automatically call the construct function while creating an object from a class. Also, remember that when you write the construct function, always prefix it with 2 underscores. Now let's have a look at the example where we will be using a constructor function with calling the setName method. Now this setName function is often used when you assign a value to the name attribute. Now let's open the code editor and create our constructor file. We'll again create the two properties named name and color. Now we will create a constructor with 2 underscores and a construct keyword, and I'll give the 2 properties as the attributes to the constructor. Now in this program we'll be using the constructor function as the set method to set the names and color of a fruit by default during the object creation itself. We still need to create the get functions. Now let's create an object to invoke the constructor. Now since the constructor has attributes, we will have to give the values for the attributes as well. So the fruit would be strawberry and the color would be pink. So this creates a new object and it gives the values to the constructor. In the PHP script and our HTML code as well. Let us save the code and check if it's working. Let's go back, refresh. Now our constructor file is visible. Let's click on it and yes. So when the object strawberry is created, the attributes we have given to the constructor, strawberry and the color pink, were already assigned to it. And it is displayed in the browser itself. Now that the constructor program is done, next let's see an example of how a destructor works. Let's open the code editor, create another file, destructor.php. Now the destructor code will be very similar to the constructor one, so we will copy the code into the destructor file and make some changes. So let us remove this, we don't need it, and write our destructor function. So destructor function is written similarly how constructor function is written. So it starts with 2 underscores and a destruct keyword. It does not have an attribute. Now why did we delete the get functions is because we will be using the destructor for it. Also, we won't be needing this. Just the object creation is sufficient. Now let's save our program and do the drill again. Open the browser. Here a destructor file is visible and it shows the fruit is strawberry and the color is pink. So when the object function is complete and the program ends, the destructor function is called, which displays the strawberry and the color pink. Now comes inheritance. So it derives new classes or child classes from the parent class. However, inheritance can have its own properties and methods too. So inheritance has 2 classes. First is parent class and the other one is a child class. Now let's talk about each of them in detail. So parent class is otherwise called a base class that is inherited from another class. And a child class is a subclass that inherits from another class. A child class can have subclasses and derived classes. Now let's have a look at the inheritance program. So the child class is derived from all the properties and methods from the subclass. In addition, it can have its own properties and methods too. So an inherited class is defined by using the extends keyword. Let's look at an example. Let's open the code editor. So I've taken the liberty to create the inheritance.php file and write some of the code that we have already written. So I'll be writing only the code that is necessary for the inheritance part. Now also remember, when you derive a child class from a parent class, only the public methods are derived into the child class. So we will be creating the methods as public in order them to be inherited. Made this function public. Let's end this class and create another class in order to inherit this class. So we'll name another class as cherry extends fruit, and we'll create another function for cherry. So this function is exclusive to cherry. So we have given a message through this method. Now let's create an object, cherry, new cherry, and give the values for the attributes of this constructor. Let's save the code and check if it's working. Well, there seems to be an error. Now let's try to resolve it. Okay, got it. So we created the object within the cherry class, so it got localized. What we need to do is put that code outside of the cherry class, and it should work fine now. Yes. So is cherry a fruit or a berry? A cherry is a fruit and the color of the fruit is red. And now we will talk about the last concept, that is polymorphism. So polymorphism has many forms. The same function is utilized for different purposes. It has a class with a variety of functions simultaneously sharing a common interface. So inherited methods are overridden by redefining the methods in the derived class. Now let me write the code to make it clear. So I've already created the polymorphism PHP file. I've copied the inheritance code into the polymorphism part, and then now we'll make the changes into the derived class, that is cherry. So let's create a property named weight. Now to override the constructor and the intro function from the fruit class, we will have to create the same functions in the derived class also. Now this function construct has got one extra attribute in comparison to this function construct. Let's create the intro function too. Now our code is ready. Let us create another object to invoke the functions. Now, did you notice what we did here? So, when we created the object cherry for the cherry class, we gave 3 attribute values instead of 2 in order to invoke this construct function, not this. Let us run it and check. So it runs perfectly. It displays the fruit, the color, and the weight. In this video, we will discuss some PHP extensions that can be and should be added in Visual Studio Code to make PHP programming a little easier and our lives a little simpler. Now to check the extensions available or search any of them, we need to go to this tab, that is the Extensions tab. Now these are the already installed extensions on our system, and from here you can search extensions available in the Visual Studio Code Marketplace. Now the first extension and a must-have extension is Php Intellifence. Now to understand what it does, let me go back to the Explorer and open a test.php. So what I'm going to do is write some basic PHP built-in functions. Let us say PHP info. So what you need to notice is when you type PHP info, it shows a suggestion. It is from the built-in feature that is already installed into the Visual Studio Code, but when you click on this, that's it. Now I'll show you the difference. Go back to extensions and install PHP Intellifence. Now go back to your test file and again type PHP info. Now as you can notice, you can see two PHP infos here. Now when you click on this one, you can see all the details about this function available right here. So this is what PHP Intellifence is. It intelligently suggests and autofills parts of your code to make your programming simpler and much easier. Now moving on to a second extension. Our second extension will be Phpmes Detector. Now what Phpmes Detector does is it analyzes your PHP code on every save. Now there's no additional setup required if PHP is already installed on your system, which already is. So to see what it does, let us install it. Now before that, let us go back to test.php and let me just open this. Now here you can see the output of your code. So if you go back to Phpmes Detector, install it, and go back to your code, you can see Phpmes Detector is visible here, and after everything that you write, it analyzes your code after every save. And it is pretty useful while writing big and complex PHP codes. Now let's move on to the next extension, which would be Php Auto Close Tag. Now what Php Auto Close Tag, as the name suggests, does is when you open a tag, whenever you write a tag that is, suppose HTML or body, etc., anything that you write, it will automatically close the tag and you can simply start writing the code. So this extension has saved me a lot of time finding what problem is in my code, fixing the bug, when actually it was just that I did not close the tag. So suppose I write HTML, and as you can see, it automatically closes the tag and you can simply start writing the code. Now moving on to our next tag, that would be Php Fmt, that is PHP formatter. Now what it does is it formats your code with proper indentation, and well, your code looks much more readable after this. So let me just show you. I've already created a test2.php. Let me just close this. So as you can see, this code is not indented at all, and one might have trouble understanding what is going on and what part of code is under what loops and statements. So we go back to our extension, PHP formatter, install it, go back to test2. Now When you right click, after installing this extension, you can see Format Document section available then. When you click on it, the code gets automatically indented and looks much more readable now. So as you may notice, all these codes comes under the if conditions, and rest of the code looks much more readable now. Now the last extension that I'm going to discuss is PHP Debug. Now this extension, you may not use it on a very regular basis, but this extension is very helpful when you want to debug your code and see what's wrong with it. All the instructions on how to use this extension are written alongside it, and how to install, how to use, how to install extra softwares in order to completely utilize its potential. Since this extension is a debug adapter between Visual Studio Code and Xdebug website that was developed by Derek Rithens. So I'm going to install it, and this is the very website Xdebug where any of your code is debugged. So these are some of the extensions that you need to begin or ease your journey into PHP. There are a lot more extensions available for PHP, and you can explore more into them as you move forward. We will look at PHP in get and post. So all of us know that PHP is a scripting language for creating web pages. But what is get and post? There are two ways the browser client can send information to the web server: the get method and the post method. Let's understand get method in detail first. The get method sends the encoded user information appended to the page request. The page and the encoded information are separated by the question mark character. Now let's know more about the get method. The get method produces a long string that appears in your server logs in the browser's location box. It is restricted to send up to 1024 characters only. Also, never use the get method if you have a password or other sensitive information to be sent to the server, since it will show in the browser's location box. Next, the get can't be used to send binary data like images or Word documents to the server. Also, the data sent by get method can be accessed using the query string environment variable. Now let us try writing a code to understand the get method better. So as you can see, we have got the output. But if you look at the link, it has an ampersand symbol along with the username and age we entered. Now, before the browser sends the information, it encodes it using a scheme called URL encoding. In this scheme, name-value pairs are joined with equal sign and different pairs are separated by the ampersand. Also, as we discussed earlier, the page request and the encoded information is separated by a question mark sign. So that was all about the get method. Moving on to the next one, let's have a look at the post method. Now, the post method transfers information via HTTP headers. The information is encoded as described in the get method and put into a header called query string. The post method does not have any restrictions on data size to be sent. The post method can be used to send ASCII as well as binary data, and the data sent by post method goes through HTTP header. So security depends on HTTP protocol used. By using secure HTTP, you can make sure that your information is secure. Now, let's have a look at the code now. Now you must be wondering if both the methods give the same output, so what is the difference between them? Well, the major difference between post and get method is that get method carries request parameters appended in URL string. As you can see here, the parameters are visible in the URL, while post carries request parameters in message body, which makes it more secure way of transferring data from client to the destination. As you can see, there is no information in the URL. Now, a lot of people have raised a request to create a code on the request method too. So let me tell you, the request variable can be used to get the result from form data sent with both the get and post methods. Let us try out a code for the request method too. As you can see, we have got the output. Today, we will learn how to link MySQL database to your HTML code with the help of PHP. Now, to do that, we will build a simple registration form whose data will be uploaded to the MySQL database. And in this tutorial, you will learn how to create that database, how to link it to your web page, and also how to delete the tables or entries from the database. Now, before proceeding, I am expecting that you guys have some basic understanding of HTML, PHP, and MySQL. So, without further ado, let's get started. Also guys, for this tutorial, we'll be working on XAMPP and Visual Studio Code. Now let's get started. So first, we'll open the C drive, XAMPP folder, htdocs, and let us create a folder. Let's name it tutorial, and open the Visual Studio Code and start writing the code for our registration page. Let's create a file and name it index.php. Let's give the title as registration form and close the head. Now let's give some heading to a registration page. Now to make it a little more interesting, let us suppose the registration page is for a blood donation camp. So we will name our heading as the blood donation camp and close it. Now let's give some background color to the page. Now to give some background color, we need to first know the code for it. Let's search for color codes. Well, I like the saffron one. Let's copy the code, paste it here. Write div, a heading for the page registration form. Now, as you can notice, I wrote this heading as H1 and this one as H2, since this will be a little smaller from the first one. Let's close the div. And write a form. Now, in this action part, write connect.php, and this is the file which we'll be creating later in order to connect our registration page to the database. And method as post. Let's name it user. So the first entry would be name. Input type would be text. And we have to give every entry a name in order to use it in the PHP code to connect to a database. Let's give this name. Now what I did here is I put the required keyword here, which would make it compulsory to fill this section of the form in order to continue. I'm giving these break lines to not make the form clumsy. Email, so naturally this would be the label for email. And let me skip ahead with this section. So I have written the code for the different fields that we're going to have in a registration page. So the first one was name, second email, third would be the phone number, and fourth obviously the blood group of the person registering. As you can notice, I have given necessary type for different fields. So for email, I've given the type as email. For blood group, text, and phone as text in case someone wants to enter the entire phone number with the country code. So now let us create an input button that would be submit, and name, let us keep it submit. ID would be submit. Let's close our form and close the web page too. Now let's save it and check if it's working correctly. Now let's open the browser. Before that, first we need to open the XAMPP control panel and start our Apache server and MySQL server. And now let us go to the localhost, type a folder name that is tutorial, and open the form. Well, there seems to be a problem. The other fields are not visible. Let's open a code and see what did we do wrong. Yeah, well, there's a spelling mistake here, and since I copy pasted the code, the mistake got copy pasted too. Well, let's save it again and check if it's working correctly. Yes, perfect. Now, before moving on to creating our connect.php file, we first need to create our database itself. So first we need to go to XAMPP control panel and click on admin. Now this will open the PHP My Admin section, where we will go to new and create our database. Okay, let us name our database as test1. Let us give it 5 fields and name it users. First field would be ID and it would be auto implemented. Second, we will name it as name. 250. Email. This will also be varchar. Third one would be phone. Variable characters, since people can enter the plus sign to enter the country codes. And finally, we will have our blood group. And let's create our table here. Well, as you can see, this is the structure of the table and the table is created. Now when you will click on browse, it will show you the data in this table itself. Since we haven't entered any data yet, it is blank. Now let's open a code editor and create a file connect.php and let's get started. Now here we will have to enter the name we gave to a submit button. Now that would be submit. Now we will create a variable to create a connection and we'll be using the MySQL underscore connect function to do that. Here we will have to enter the name of the server since our server is the locally hosted server. So we will have to type localhost. Now the type of user, that would be root. Now the third part is for the password. Since we don't have a password for our database, it would be blank. And the fourth would be the name of our database, that is test1. Now we will also check if connection is not complete. We will have to display an error, connection failed. Now in this if condition, we will check if the entries in the fields of the registration form are null or not. We will have to do the same for the second. Second one was, I'm sorry I did not enter the, email. A third entry was phone. And a fourth and final entry would be the blood group. I think we're done here. And now we will have to create variables to pick data from the registration fields in a registration page. Now this post will be picking data, what we'll be entering here. Now here we will have to enter the name we have given here. So for the name field, we have given the name as name itself. So we'll be writing it here. Now let's copy this code and make the changes. This would be email. Let us also name it email. This would be phone. This would also be phone, and last one would be blood group. Now, I am naming these variables same as the name I've given, because naming everything differently would just create confusion in your code. Now let us enter these details into our database. Now insert into SQL command. Now this would be the table name, users name, email, phone, and blood group. Now we will have to send the respective values. That would be the variables that we just created. So first would be name, second would be email, phone, and blood group. Now that we have entered the data into the database, let's create a query to connect it with a command and give a message if it's successful or not. Entry successful. Else error occurred. Let us close our PHP script here and save the code, and let's see if it's working. So let's go back to a registration form and give some details to it. So let us name Sam @mail.com. Phone would be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and the blood group can be O positive. Well, there's some error that we've experienced on line 4. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we did not close this. Okay, let's save it and try again. Another error on line 12. What do we have here now? Okay, so this is my SQLi, not my SQL. Save, resend the form, and entry successful. Now if the entry is successful, you need to go to your database, which I've shown to you earlier. Go to the table users, and we can see the details present here. Sam @mail.com, the phone number, and the blood group. So now that we know how to create a database, link our database to our HTML form, and see the details into the database entered, we can also delete these details from this phpMyAdmin section itself. So as you can see, to delete this field, I just have to click on this delete button. Okay, and the field is gone. Also, if you want to delete this users, go to your database, click on users and click on drop. What it will do is it will drop the entire table. And if you want to delete your database itself, click on this database icon and click on drop the database. Now this will remove the entire database and all the tables associated with it. Now let's enter one more set of details to double check it. Let us give it mac@mail.com. That would be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and the blood group would be A positive. And the entry is successful. So to check it, we need to go to our database, our table users, and there we have it, mac@mail.com, and the rest of the details. Today, we are going to have a video session on PHP Form Validation. So what does this actually mean? Okay, well, let me give you an example here. So when you try to create an account on Facebook or Instagram, you submit a form, and then that form is cross-verified with the code written in the backend. So today, we are going to do the same process in this video. Now we will have a look at two demos. Now in the first demo, we will create a form, and in the second one, we will validate it. So let's get started with the first demo. But first things first, let's quickly open C drive, XAMPP folder, htdocs, and create a folder. Let's name it validation and open our code editor here. And let's create a first file, form.php. Now I'm going to write the code for the registration form. Now here what we are doing is we are creating the different variables for the form, and we are setting it to empty values. Let me put that in a comment too. Now as you can see, the form will contain full name, email, number, comment, gender and age. Now for this demo, the username, email and mobile number fields will be text input elements, while the comment field will be a text area. Let's write the rest of the code. Now we are defining the test input function which we are calling in the above if statement. Let's start creating the form and add the method to post. Action would be So I skipped ahead and created all the details required in the form. So the details would be full name, its input type would be text. Just wait, yeah, it's okay now. Second would be email, similarly number, age, comment. Now notice the comment would be a text area instead of a simple input type. Gender and a submit button. Now the form is complete. We have to write another PHP script to display the details. I'll just skip ahead in this part too. So now that we can display all of the variables from the form, let's close the PHP script and also close our form. Now let me explain some parts of the code to you before we move on to the web page part. So here we have post. So this function is used at the time of form submission. Now during that time, the form data is sent with method equals to post. Second would be the server section. Now this server PHP self is a global variable that returns the file name of the code. Now also HTML special characters function converts special characters to HTML entities. Now this prevents attackers from exploiting the code by injecting HTML or JavaScript codes. That is cross-site referencing scripting attacks in forms. So now that we know what these functions do, let us jump and see if our web page works okay. For that, first open XAMPP control panel and start the Apache server. And now let's open the browser and type localhost followed by the folder name. That would be validation and then a file name form.php. So yes, the form looks good. Let's add some name to it. Email xyz.com. Number is optional, but let's add some number to it. Age would be 20. Comment would be hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Gender would be male, and let's click here. Yes, so our input is visible and the form works perfectly. Now let's move on ahead with our second demo, that is validating a form. Now we will be writing a code but with slight variations. Now the fields like full name, email address and websites will be added here, and these three fields will show an error if an incorrect input is given. Now however, the code is validated against the input and returns an alert message if an incorrect data is entered. Let's go to the code editor and create another file, and let's name it validate.php and write another code for it. Now I've added some color for the error that will be shown into the form. Again, let us write comment for it, define variables and set to empty, and our variables would be name err, that is error. Similarly, email err, gender err, and the rest of the fields. give the else command for it. Now if no error found or the field entered is correct, the name will be displayed as we displayed the name in the form.php file. With the help of post name. Now what we are going to do is, now we will check if name only contains letters and white spaces. And this would be ERR. Now we will check if the email address is well formed or not. To do that, we will again use an if statement. I think I have used emi somewhere since it's showing here emai. So let's check before it throws an error in our code. There's email, yeah. Okay, we made a mistake here. So this else was not supposed to be closed here. Let's move it ahead. Yeah, I think this looks good. Let's write another code for another variable that is website, and do the same thing again. Website Now we will check if the URL address syntax is valid or not. So will just be a single Now we will write the test input function as we did in the form section. So let's just copy it from there since it's going to be the same. Now let's write the PHP script for the form validation section. Form method would be post. Action would be PHP script again. I'll just skip ahead with this part of the program. So now that we have our complete form here, let's close it. As you can see, we have entered full name, email address, website, comments, and gender parts to the form. Now let's write a final PHP script to display the details. Since this will also be similar to the last part, we will just copy it from there and make the necessary changes. So what we don't have is full name. This would be just name, email. This would be a website. There's no number. Let's delete it. There's a comment and there's a gender. Let's close the script and also close our web page. Now let's save the file, open a browser and check if our web page is working correctly. Type localhost, the name of the folder and the name of your file. Okay, so let's write something mac xyz at the. Now let's not write something after it so that the email address would be wrong. Just to check, 123 dot c comment anything would do, gender male, and let's click on submit. So as you can see, it shows enter a valid website URL and the email address is incorrect. Let us also check by writing an incorrect name, that would be mac1, email address macxyz@ and 123.c. Now it's showing the error for the name too. Okay, let's write something that is correct. mac@gmail.com. Website would be www.simplylearn.com. Comment could be anything. Mail, and no errors here. As you can see, we have got the output. Today, we are discussing everything about CRUD operators in PHP. Let's begin with the definition first. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. These are the four fundamental functions of persistent storage. These operators are used in creating user interface conventions that help us to view, search, and modify data via computer-based forms and reports. Basically, the data is read, built, updated, and deleted. Moving forward, let me talk about the purpose of these operations one by one with the help of demo codes. But first things first, let's create a database. To do that, Open XAMPP control panel and start Apache and MySQL. Now let's quickly open our web browser. Open the localhost and go to PHP MyAdmin section. Now let's create a new database and name it MyDB. Let's name the table users and we will have 6 fields in it. The first would be ID. It would be integer and auto incremented since it would be the primary key. The second would be first name, type varchar, let's give it 250. The third would be last name, variable character. Similarly, next would be an email, password, and finally gender. So now that our table has been created, let's move on to the coding part. Now first we are going to create a file named config.php to configure the database. Now we will create variables and I will explain the use to you later. Now this is the default username for a localhost. Now the default password for a database is empty since there is no password in a database. And the database name would be MyDB. That's what we have named our database. Now let's quickly create the connection using con variable MySQLi command server name, username, password, and the database name. Now this will create a connection for our database. And now let's also check for errors while creating the database. Now, if an error is found while connecting to the database, it will show a message as connection failed. Now let's end the file and move on to understanding the different CRUD operations. Now first comes create. So let us also create a new file and name it create.php. Now the create procedure adds the insert statement to create a new record. Now let's write the code for this. Now what this line will do is it will act as a link between the configuration create.php file and this create.php to connect to the database. Now we are checking if the submit button on the form is pressed. Now when the submit button on the form will be pressed, the fields are required to be sent to the database. So for that, we first need to create different variables. Similarly, last name these are the names that we have given to the different sections in the table of our database. Password was password, and finally gender. Now let's write the SQL query. Insert into the name of the table, that is users, and now we need to name the fields we are going to be entering the details into. Since ID is auto incremented, we are going to be starting with first name, similarly last name, email, password, and lastly gender. Now these are the fields we are going to be entering data into. Now the values would be the variables that we've just created, which are getting the data from the form using the post function into the variables. So first name, similarly last name, email, password, and gender. So the code to enter the values into the database is complete. Now let's also execute the query. To do that, we will send the query using the connect and put the attribute as SQL fields. Now, if the records are created, it will display a successful message. Else, in case of an error, it will show an error message. Now let's close the connection. Using the close function and move on to creating our HTML form. Now let's give a heading here. Now since this is a registration page, let's give the heading as sign up form and create the form. Let's leave the action field as blank, and method would be, since we're using post, the method would be post. Now I'll just skip ahead with this form part. Now as you can see, I've completed the code for the registration form, which will include the first name, last name, password, and gender. Now let's save it and move on to the next part, that is the view procedure. Now the view procedure table records data based on the primary key noted within the input parameter. Now let's create another file named view.php for it and write its code. Now I will run the entire code in a single go and explain how these different CRUD operations are working on the web page. Now let's write the query to get the data from the users table. From users, now this will retrieve all the data from the table. Also, let us execute the query using connect query and pass SQL into it, and the PHP script, and write our HTML code. The title would be view page. Now I'm linking this page to a Bootstrap CSS document to make it look somewhat stylish, since basic HTML page looks pretty boring. Now to do that, we are going to be using the reference, and I have added the link for the CSS file. Now let's complete the rest of the page. We are heading to this division, users. Now this will also display the ID from a table. So we are going to be creating a different set of column to display the ID. Similarly, it will be the same for the rest of the fields. So I'll just copy this code. This will be for email, gender, and editor. Email, gender, and action. Let's close it. Let's put it on the next line. So this will check if there is data present in our database. Now if there is data, we are going to be fetching the same data Similar codes will be written for the rest of the fields. So we will let me just copy and paste and change the details. First name, last name, email, and gender. These are the codes for the edit and delete commands. And finally, let us close the page. Now let's quickly move on to the third part, update file, and write its code. Now, when the update button for the form is clicked, we need this code to process it. And similarly for the rest of the fields, let's quickly change user ID. This would be ID, last name, All of our variables are complete. Now let's write the query for the SQL. Update name of the table, users, and set first name is equals to first name, and similarly for the rest of the code. Now let's execute the query. Pass SQL to it. Again, if the record is a successful updation, pass successful message, and if any error has occurred, we will give an error message for it. Now, if ID variable is set in the URL, we know that we need to edit a record. To do that, we will again write a code using get method Now we will write SQL command to get the data and execute a query. This is a very similar code to what we have written earlier to fetch the data if the number of rows is greater than 0. Now what I am going to do is I am going to also skip ahead for the code for this update form. Now this is the code for the update form. And now last but not the least, we will create the file for delete and write a code very similar to how we have written the rest of the codes. Let's write the SQL query, the same old routine. So as you guess, I'm going to be skipping ahead with some part of the code. Now this is the code for our delete.php file, and now we will save all these files and go to a browser and try to check if they run correct. Now let's open the localhost first and go to phpMyAdmin and open our users field here. So as you can see, I've already created a record here. I'll create another one to show you how. For that, let's go to localhost, demo, and go to create.php. So second record, let's name it map x. Simplilearn b. Now the email would be mapx@simplylearnb.com. Password and submit. New record created successfully. Now let's refresh it. And as you can notice, we have created another record here. Now let's go to localhost again. And what was our next operation for crud? It was C create R read. That would be view.php. Now view.php displays both of the records that we have saved in our database. Now these number differences would be because I have created and deleted 2 more records before recording this part of the video. Now let's go to edit section of any of these records. So as you may notice, it opens the update.php file, user update form. Also, the thing to notice is that it refers to the ID that we are updating in the URL itself. Now, since we clicked on the edit part of the first field, it is updating the first field itself. Now, let's update it. Miss xxxxx abc@xyz.com and update. Record updated successfully. Now let's check the record, and yes, the record is updated. Now since we are done with the 2 parts, create, read, and even the third part, update, CRU, now let's move on to the D, that is delete. Let's go to the delete. For that, we would have to go to the view.php itself. Now, let us delete this second field, macx simplylearnb, macx@simplylearnb.com. Delete. Now, you may notice the URL delete.php id 4. Now, id equals to 4 is deleted from the database. Let's check. And yes, the file from the database has been deleted. So this is how we perform our CRUD operations with the help of PHP and MySQL database. In this video, we will learn how to create a registration page using PHP, HTML, some CSS, and XAMPP software. Then we will use that data and store it in a MySQL database. So let us begin and start writing our code first. Now to do that, we need to go to my computer, C drive. Now XAMPP folder, this is the folder where our XAMPP software is installed. Here, locate to htdocs and let us now create a folder for our tutorial and name it tutorial. Now we'll open this folder in Visual Studio Code and start writing a program. So let us create a first file here and name it register.html. Now this will be the HTML file. That is the whole structure of how a registration page will look. Now registration page. Now this will be the title of our web page. I think that's enough. Now let us move on to the body of the page. Now I'm going to write register in an H1 font for the heading, and now we'll create a form. Action would be the name register.php and method would be post. Okay, so the first label that I'm going to create will be for the username. So in a registration form, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to include 3 categories. That would be username, password, and a third one would be email. So to create the label for username, so you always have to keep in mind whatever name you're giving here or in the database, whichever you write first, since the name has to match. So I'm giving username the name username, and that's it for a label. Now let us create another label for before that. Input type for this will be text. Name, as we've already written, will be username. Placeholder with display username. And I'm going to put this field as required, which means that the user cannot leave this field empty. Second one would be label for password. Now I am going to give its input type as password, and you'll know the reason later. You can also give input type for the password as text, but it will not be secure then. Password ID will be password, and this is also a required field. Now let us move on to the label for our last section, that will be email, and give its input type email. Yes, and email can be set as an input type. Name email, placeholder will display email, and you guessed it right, this is also a required field. I think this is it for the registration HTML. Now we move on to creating our CSS page in order for this HTML structure to look good. Well, wait a second, I left off a pretty important section of the registration form, that is the register button itself. So let me just, not form, let me just create the registration button. It will be of type submit, and value displayed would be register. Now we'll move on to creating the CSS file, and let us create a new file and name it style.css. So the code for style.css is already prepared. So instead of writing the entire code line by line, I'm just going to paste it, and you can see how it works. So this is the CSS code that will make a registration form look a little better. So I have created different sections for different sections of the registration form. So this will be the registration form input button. This is for the color of the submit button, and the rest of the form, as you can see. Now, in order for the style.css file to work, we need to link this file style.css to register.html. Now, how do we do that? We go on to the register.html back, and we add just one extra line in the head of the program. So here what we are doing is we are referencing our style.css page into this page itself. Now that's it. Now both of these pages that we've just created are linked to each other, and now at least our registration form structure is complete. It does not work yet, but it will soon. Now before creating the register.php code, let us first create our database so that we have some understanding of what is going on around everything. So to create a database, what we need to do is open XAMPP, start the Apache and MySQL server. Now go to your browser and open the localhost phpMyAdmin. Now create a new database. Let us name it form. Click on create. Now let us name our table as users. Number of columns would be 4. The first column will be ID, which will be auto incremented. Second will be username. Make sure to use the same name that we have used in the code so that the code does not malfunction. It will be of type variable character. Password will also be a variable character. email, and now, so as you can see, this is the structure of our table of a database form. Now let us move on to finally writing the rest of the code for our registration form. So now that we have our database complete, let us move on to back to our code and create the register.php file. Now the first thing that we need to do while creating the PHP code is we need to connect our code with our database that we just created. So this is why I stopped in between and created a database so that you understand better how this code is functioning. Now database host, since we are using XAMPP to locally host a server, this will be localhost. Our user will be the root user. Since we have not set any password on the database, it will be empty. And finally, the name of our database. What did we name our database? It was form. Now I will create a variable con to connect our database with our code. So we have created host, user, password, and finally name. Now we have got to add an error message which will check if the database is connected or not. So will be error connecting to the database. Now let us add some code to check if any variable is empty or not. Now, if any of the field is left empty while filling the registration form, it will display the following message: empty field. Now, let us add another if code and check. So now that we have added validation into our code, now what we need to do next is check whether the username or the details that the user has entered into the registration form already exists or not, and if it does, display an error message, and if the details are new, enter the details into our database. Now to do that, let us write another if statement. Now here I am writing an SQL command which will select ID password from users, that is the name of a table where username, and here we are going to check if the username entered still exists or not. Now if the number of rows is greater than 0, which means username already exists, so we need to display an error message that would be username already exists. Try again. and if it does not, now in this else part we will be writing the code to send our data into the database. Now here, instead of selecting, we are going to insert the data into users, which is a table, and the fields will be username, password, email, and that's it. Now the password variable is going to fetch the details of the password field and email. Add another statement to execute and display another message. Now since we have entered our data into the database, we need to display a following message too. This would do. Now this will display an error message in case something goes wrong. And now, since we have completed this part of the code, let us end our statement close the connection with the database here and end our PHP script. So now that our code is complete, now let us run the code and check if it works fine. So our Apache server is running. Let's go back to a browser. Open the localhost, name of the folder. So as you can see, register pages are visible here. Register.html and create a user Tony @ironfan.com. You have successfully registered and you can now log in. So let us now check if it's visible in our database. So our database is forms, users, and as you can see, the file that we just created, Tony, is visible here in our database along with the email. And one thing that you may notice is that the password is not visible here. Since we use the hash protection for passwords, so passwords will not even be visible to the database admins. So this is how you create a registration form with the help of HTML, PHP, XAMPP, and MySQL database. In this tutorial, we'll create a simple login system using PHP and MySQL. Now, this tutorial is comprised of two parts. In the first part, we'll create a login form, and in the second part, we'll create a logout form. Also, we will show you how to create a database in order to access the login web page as well. Now, first things first, let us quickly go to C, XAMPP, htdocs and create a folder. Let's name it demo and quickly open our Visual Studio Code. Now, for this tutorial, we'll be creating a set of files for different functions. Now, there will be 6 in total. Let us first create these files and we'll write the code later. Now, the first file would be index.php. Now, this is the file that will be responsible for the login page where we'll enter a username and password to login. Now the second file would be login.php. Now this file will be responsible for how our login system will work. Similarly, there will be a logout file that will be responsible for how our logout function will work. Next would be home.php. Now this is the file for our home page when we log in into our account. Next would be a file to link our web page to the database. That would be database connection.php. And finally, we'll add a CSS file to make the page look better. Now let's get on to writing our code. First, let's begin with index.php. Now in this page, we will create the login page. Let's add the title as login. Now here I'm going to link this page to the CSS file that we're going to write later. Now in this reference, we'll refer it to the style.css file we created. Let's create a form. Now since login.php is responsible for how our login page will work, we will link this index.php to login.php. Method would be post. Let us add a heading login. Now this part of the code will be checking for error and displaying error if something wrong happens. Now we will add our username and password fields. Let's add another label for password. Input type would also be password. Now let us add the login button. It would say login and our form here. Now our index.php code is complete. Now let's move on to login.php. And write its code. Now what we are going to do is we are going to connect this page with the database page. Now here we will be validating the data entered in the form. Let us create a variable for username and password. Make sure you're not making any spelling mistakes, otherwise you will run into errors. Now what this code is doing is it's checking if there's an entry in the username and password field, and if it is empty it will display the message as username is required. Similarly, what we're going to do is we are going to create an else if that would check if the password field is empty and display an error message in a similar way. Now that is set up, let's import our data from our database. Now we have not created the database yet, but we'll write the SQL query and we'll create a database later. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to name my table as users. So here I'm writing select star from users, where username would be the value we passed, and similarly password would also be the value that we passed. Now this is where if the password and username match with what we have in our database, it will display a message as logged in. Now we are going to create a session that would be a login session. Now ID will also be a field in our database that would be auto incremented and work as the primary key. Okay, if function is complete, time to write the else part. Now the else part would be if the username or password you have entered does not match with the one we have in our database. So it would display incorrect username or password as the error message. Location will be same, index.php. So now we have our login.php file also complete. Now let's get on to our home.php file and quickly write the code for it. We will start the session. Now this would be our home page. Let us also link it to the CSS file, tile.css. Now with this PHP script we will display the username of the person that's logged in. So suppose my username would be Mac, so it would display hello Mac. We will very soon see the practical demo for it too. Now we will link this home page with the logout session, that is logout.php, and end this. Okay, so home.php is also complete. So next would be to work on the logout part. Now this is a very small code since it is only working to end any session that has been created. Now first unset the session and then destroy it. Now can you guess the location? It would be index.php. Now see, this is all the code for the logout file. Now finally we will move on to database connection file, where we will connect our entire web page, these entire 4 files, to the database. So we are going to create variables for, let us name it, since we have already used uname for username. Now this is the name for the server, and since we are hosting a server locally, it is localhost. Now the next variable would be for the name of the, okay, let us change the spelling. This would be name of the default database. password would be blank, since by default there is no password. And this is the name of the database that we are going to keep. Now let us keep the name of our database as test_database. Now we'll pass the variables that we just created. Now we will check if the connection that we have created is working or not, and if not, we will display a message as connection failed. Now all of our files are complete. The only thing left is style.css. Now since style.css is only for the looks of the web page and is not a very necessary file for our login function, I will just copy paste the code that I have already written, and let us now move on to creating our database. Now to do that, first open XAMPP control panel and go to your browser and type localhost, go to phpMyAdmin and click on new database. Now the name that we wrote for the database in our code was test_db, so we will have to name it the same here too. Database has been created. The table name would be users. Number of columns would be 3. The first column would be for the ID and it will be auto incremented. Now ID will act as also the primary key for this table. Second would be user name, 100 would be okay, and the third would be password. Now as you can see, our table users has been created with ID, username and password. Now let us open our login page. Now this is our login page. So to log in, we first need some credentials in the database. Now we don't have that kind of time to go on and create a registration page for it too. So let us just manually add 1 or 2 records into the database from here, phpMyAdmin itself. So now what we are going to do is we are going to this insert section, and under the username let us type Mac and password would be 12345. So let's go back to browse, and as you can see we have our credentials here. Mac password is 12345. So let's add just one other, Simplilearn. Its password would be ABCDE, and yes, so we have both of our credentials now. Now let's go to the login page and try to log in with the credentials that we just created. So okay, let us first enter a wrong password to check if our error messages are working correctly. Yes, absolutely. So it's showing incorrect username or password since the password I entered was incorrect. Now let us leave this username blank, enter some random password. So it is showing username is required. So our program is working perfectly. Now let's enter the correct credentials. And yes, so this is our home page and it is showing hello with the username that have logged in Mac. And now we have got that logout button which will end this session and take us back to the login page. Now let's try to log into our second account. And hello Simplilearn, we will learn what is REST API with PHP. Now let's get started. Now suppose you want to create a weather app for weather forecast in your area. Now to do that, you have to set up a supercomputer and a satellite to monitor the real-time weather. But I wish everyone could be that rich. Now for those who cannot afford the setup, you can get the same information from an existing web service using an API. Now, an API acts as a medium between a web service and your application, which helps you communicate your request with the service and get a response. So, in this video, we'll be learning about what is REST API, principles of REST API, how does a REST API work, and finally, creating a sample REST API with the help of PHP. Now, let's move on and see what exactly is REST API. API stands for Application Programming Interface. Now, API is a set of protocols which acts as a medium of communication between programs. In other words, it is a way two programs talk to each other. Now let us understand this with an example. Suppose you, the client, go to a restaurant to eat. Now here the restaurant is supposed to be the server. How do you communicate your order to the kitchen? Here the waiter comes in the picture. Now here the waiter acts as a medium between you, the client, and restaurant, the server, to send your request to the kitchen and get food in return as per requested. This is exactly what an API does. So now that we have an understanding of API, let us look at what REST means in REST API. Now REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is an architectural style which defines a set of protocols of how an API is written. Now, REST follows a set of principles for the design and development of an API. Now, it is a very efficient technology as REST takes less bandwidth over similar other technologies. So now that we know what REST API is, let us move on to understanding the principles on which a REST API is designed. Now, the first principle is client server. The second, stateless. Third, cacheable. Fourth, uniform interface. Fifth, layered system. And sixth, code on demand. Now, let us understand these principles one by one. Client server. A REST API design works on the concept that the client and server should be isolated from one another and develop independently. This helps in increasing manageability across various platforms. Stateless. Now, according to this principle, REST APIs should be stateless, which means calls can be made independent of one another. Also, every request sent from the client to the server must include all the info needed to comprehend the request. Cacheable. This principle states that a REST API should be able to hold cacheable data. The data in the response should be indirectly or directly categorized as cacheable or non-cacheable. Uniform interface. According to this principle, there should be a uniform interface across all devices and platforms for the interaction between application and server. Layered systems. Now, REST API's architecture includes several layers that operate together to construct a hierarchy that helps generate a more scalable and flexible application. Now, due to the REST API layered system, the application has better security as components in each layer cannot interact outside the subsequent layer. Moreover, it balances loads and offers shared caches for stimulating scalability. Now the last, code on demand. Now this is optional, but this principle allows for coding to be communicated through the API as executable code to the client to be used within the application. We now know on what principles an API is designed. Now let us see how an API works. Now REST API makes use of HTTP methods to implement various tasks based on the client request. So the HTTP method uses crud to perform various operations on the server. Crud here stands for create, read, update, and delete. Now in case of HTTP methods, post method is used to create, get method to read data, put method to update it, and delete method to delete data. So I hope you have some understanding of what REST APIs are, principles on which they are designed, and how do they work. Now let us move on to creating a sample REST API with the help of PHP. So first let us open the XAMPP control panel and start our Apache and MySQL servers. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to create a database for my API. let us name it API, and let us name the table as users. It will have 4 columns. First one would be ID, integer, and it will be auto incremented. The second, let us name it as name. Third would be age, and finally email. Now name would be a text and email will also be a text. Let us quickly save this, and now we have a table for us. Now let us add some data into the table. So Mac, age would be 21, email would be mac@xyz.com. Now let us create another entry. Name could be Simplilearn, age 30, email simplilearn@xyz.com. Now as you can see, we have added 2 rows with the data that we just entered. Now let us move on to the Visual Studio Code and see XAMPP, htdocs, and let us create a new folder. Let's name it API and open with Visual Studio Code. Let's create a new file. Let us name it tutorial.php, and now let us start writing a code. Now first what I'm going to do is I am going to connect my database with this code. Now since the database is locally hosted, it will be local host root. Since there's no password, this field has to be empty. Now what was the name of a database? That is API. That is what we have to enter here. Now this is a variable to get the response from the server or the database. Okay, there's something wrong. Now it seems like my opening curly braces key is not working, so I had to open this on-screen keyboard. We don't need you right now. Now let us create another variable named SQL. Now this command will select all the data from our table users. Again, we are going to need the curly braces. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a variable as a counter and I'm going to give it a value of 0. Now let us create a while loop, and in this while loop I am going to fetch the data and display it in JSON format. Now we are going to write the names of all the rows that we created in a table. Now I'm just going to copy paste it, otherwise we'll have to use this on-screen keyboard again and again. Second one was name, age and email. Now what I'm going to do is I will plus the counter. Now to display it is in JSON format, we have to write JSON encode with the response error message, and now let us end the code. Let us go and quickly save our code, open a browser, go to the localhost API. This is the folder that we created. Now as you can see, a tutorial.php is visible here, and when you click on it you can see the data from the database being extracted with the help of API in JSON format.
In this video on PHP web development, we will learn how to create a website with the help of PHP. We'll also be using HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, and MySQL in this tutorial. So get ready to create your very own website. Now, before we get started with the step-by-step tutorial, let me give you a glimpse of the website that I'll be building in this video. So let me just quickly go to my browser and type in localhost followed by the name of the folder where I've created the website. So I'll be making a photo gallery website like this. So in case you're a photographer, you can build a similar website in order to showcase your talent. And if not, you can always create your own personal website for anything you're passionate about. So without any further delay, let's get right onto a tutorial. So first things first, let me show you the environment that we'll be working on while creating a website. So we are going to be needing two softwares, that is Visual Studio Code that we'll be using as our IDE, the code editor, and the second one would be XAMPP. Now XAMPP is a web server solution package which we generally use in order to manage a database and create a local web server. You can download it from these respective websites. Since I've already downloaded both of these softwares, so we'll be skipping that. Now let us begin. So after that you've installed both of these softwares, just go to your C drive, locate XAMPP folder, and inside the XAMPP folder look for htdocs, and inside this htdocs name a folder. You can name it anything. I'll be naming it photo since I'm creating a website regarding photos, and then right click inside this folder and click on open with code. So this opens up our Visual Studio Code, and as you can see our photo folder is visible here. Now also one thing that we need to do is go back to this photo folder, right click and create two new folders. First one would be CSS. So it's considered a good practice, even if you're using just a single CSS file, it is considered a good practice to create a separate CSS folder inside your project folder. Also create another folder and name it images. So this is where we'll be keeping all the images for the website. So let us go back to Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, both of these folders are now visible here. Now go on and click on new file. The first file that we are going to create is index.php. And inside this index.php, we'll be writing the code for the main page of a website. So let us start. First, click on an exclamation mark, and as you can see, a block of code already written is visible here now. So we just need to add a few things. First, that is, put the title would be, of course, photo gallery. Next up, we need to add a few links to our web page in order for it to function well. So the first link would be this is a link to link this page to Bootstrap. You can also easily find it on the internet, or you can just type in from here. Let me just go to the browser to check if this link is working. Yeah, Seems fine to me. Now we are going to add another link to it. Now this link will be for the link for a CSS file that we'll be creating later on. Since we'll be putting that CSS file inside a CSS folder, I am going to link it to style.css. So that's it. We are done for the first part of our code. Now let's end this head section and move on to the body section of our web page. So inside this body section, what we first need is to add a few scripts for our page, which will be responsible for the design of our web page. So these are the 3 scripts that I'll be linking to our web page. You can just look and write them as it is. Also keep these 3 scripts at the end of your body. So any code that we'll be writing inside body will be above these 3 scripts. Now let's design the web page. So the first thing that we'll be needing is a navigation bar in a web page. So let us quickly go to the browser. So instead of writing an entire big block of code, we can just copy it from the internet. So Bootstrap provides you with many such designs. So what we're going to do is we will type in navbar bootstrap and hit enter. So as you can see, just scroll down, and as you can see, this is the navigation bar which this code will display. Also, there are different navigation bars according to your need along with the code. So you can just copy any of the one you like. I'm going to be copying this one. Click on copy, go back to the code and just paste it. So now what we have here is our navigation bar ready. So let us go to the browser and check how does our web page look. So after the local host, what we're going to do is we will write the name of the folder in which we are writing our project, which is photo. Well, there seems to be some problem since this nav bar is lacking the CSS design. Let us go back to our code and see what went wrong. Well, yes, this CSS file that we linked here, after CSS there is not a dot but a slash. I think it should work fine now. Well, the problem still persists. Let me go back and recheck. Well, yeah, I've made some spelling error here. This is bootstrap, not botstrap. And let us go back, reload. And yes, as you can see, our navigation bar is well and good. Let's go back and make some changes to our navigation bar. The first change that I'm going to be making is I will change the color theme of the nav bar to dark, not mark. Yeah. Go back, reload, and looks better. Now, here, photo gallery, good. Also, since I'll be using the drop down menu, it is absolutely up to you if you want to use it or not. Since I'll be using it, I'll just change the name to categories, and the three category will be, the first is nature photographs, the second would be architecture, and the third would be travel. So let's go back, refresh. Categories, nature, architecture, and travel. So this travel looks a little different from this nature and architecture. So as you can notice, there's this line that is dividing this section to this section. So let's go back. So that line comes from this part of the code. So we'll just copy and paste it here. Looks good. Now that we're back, we don't need this disabled and the search bar. So I'll be removing that particular part of the codes and this form 2. Go back to the browser, refresh, and all of the parts of the navigation bar that we don't need have now been removed. Also, this link would be for about section of the web page, and we will also add another section or another link that would redirect us to the contact part of the web page. So to do that, to add another link, we will just copy this code and paste it, and instead of about, this will be contact. Go back, refresh, home, contact, about, categories. So this categories should come before these two. So what we're going to do is we will just copy this section of the code and put it after the drop down menu, right? Now go back, refresh. Well, we copied it instead of cutting it, so it's now visible twice. Reload. Home, categories, contact, and about. Looks perfect. So you see, now that's the beauty of building a website. You don't have to write the entire code by yourself. There are codes already written for all these kinds of stuff. This navigation bar, the carousel that I'm going to be using in the website, the blocks of photos that we are going to display on the web page, and a lot of design templates, you can call them, have already been written for you to use them instead of wasting your time and writing the entire long blocks of code. Now next up, what I'm going to do is I'll just go back to our photo folder, and inside this images, I'll just copy the images that I've already downloaded. Copy, go back, images, and paste it here. So now that we have our photos inside the images folder, let's go back to our code and write a carousel code, or just copy it from the bootstrap. Go back to bootstrap. Here, look for carousel. So as you can see, This is what a carousel looks like. So a big photo in on the front of your web page, as you already saw when I showed you the website. These are the different types of carousels available on the Bootstrap website. You can use any of them. So the first one is just a single photo. Second one is slides of photos. Third is slides of photos with this marking. And the final one would be all of them combined with captions. So of course we'll be using the final one. So copy the code for the final carousel or whichever one you like and go back to your code, and here after this navigation bar paste your carousel code. Click on save, go back and refresh. So since we haven't added any images here, there are none visible, but you can see this carousel has been added to our web page. So let's go back, and now we are going to add the images that we just pasted in this images folder. So in this carousel code, look for image src. So this is the location of the image that will be displayed. So type in images, that is the name of the folder from where you will be picking up the images, / and let me just go back to this images architecture 4. Yep. So architecture 4, in this alt type in architecture, and here is the heading. So this is part of the caption of the carousel. So I'll be writing architecture here, and I'll make this heading a little bigger. H3, I think H3 would do, and I don't want to add any more descriptions. If you do, you can write all of that inside this paragraph, but I won't be, so I'll just remove it from here. I'll do the similar with this. So what we're going to do is we will write images / and go back. What image I'm going to be adding? Nature 4 would do. Nature 4. Type in nature, similar to what we did above. H3, remove this, and now here the last one would be travel. H3, and let me just type in the travel 5, and in this alt type travel, and we are good to go. Okay, let's reload, and voila. So our images are visible here with this beautiful carousel, and you can forward them, and well, does this not look beautiful to you? So architecture, nature, and travel. But as you can see, we have some problem here. The images are way too big to fit on this part of the screen, and it's going all the way down, and this part of the carousel is not visible on the main page when someone opens the website, which absolutely does not look good. So what we're going to do for it? Now to fix this, what we're going to do is we will go back to our code editor. Inside the CSS folder, we will create the file that we linked at the start of our tutorial, style.css, and here just write this code, margin 0, padding also 0, and box sizing would be border box. So now to display the images on the main page of our website, what we're going to do is we will put a dot, go back to the main index.php, and from here copy this name of the class carousel item, go back to style.css, paste it here, carousel item, and type img, and inside this we will define the width and the height of the image. So the width would be 100% and we are going to keep the height at 95 VH so that it does not go beyond the web page. Let us quickly save it, go back, reload, and yes, it looks great and it's also visible on our screen now. Now next up, what we're going to do is we will be creating different sections on this very web page for the different categories, that is nature, architecture, and travel. So go back to the code. Under this carousel code, let us start writing our first section. That would be section class. So I'll be using my4 and py4. The first div so what we want is we want the text to be in the center of the page, so the class would be text center, and the first category is nature. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to add the images to it. So how do we do that? Also, we are not to display a single image on the entire web page. What we need is we need to display small 3 blocks of images in a row. So we need to create another div class, and inside the class we will define the column for large systems, for the mid ones, and for the mobile devices. So after you've written this class, after you've written this div, the images, doesn't matter the size of the screen, only 3 images will be displayed on a large and middle screen, and a single image will be visible when opened on a mobile phone. So all in all, your website would be very responsive to all the devices that you will be using. Let's just close it, and inside this div what we're going to do is we will link our image, and the image would be, since this is nature, Let's use nature1, which image we have already used in the carousel, nature4. So let's skip that and put the class as fluid, and padding, bottom padding would be 3. Well, I think it's done. So this is the first section. Let's go to our page, refresh. So nature and our first image is also visible here. So what we need is we need to display 2 more images in this row. Go back, and it's now all copy and paste. Just not this part of the code, copy, paste and paste. So now nature 2 and nature 3. Go back, refresh. Okay, there seems to be a problem here. Let us figure out why this is happening. Okay, we forgot to add the row div. And without the row div, the images will not be displayed in a row, but of this. So container fluid, I'm using this since, just a second, let me paste it here. Yeah, and we will create another div named row, and our entire code will go inside it, and we'll paste it. Let's go back and check if it changes anything, and it does. So our images are displayed perfectly. Our first section, that is nature, for our categories is complete now. Now next what we need to do is, I think you guessed it, we just need to copy this section and paste it twice, since there are 2 more sections. So after the first section, in the second one would be for architecture. The images we need to change: architecture 1, architecture 2, and architecture 3. Yeah, refresh, nature, architecture, and well, nature again, because we did not edit the third part of the code. So the third part of the code will be for travel. Let us quickly add the images. So travel 2, travel 4, and I think we used travel 5 already. So travel 6, and go back, refresh, and travel images, architecture, and nature. So half of our website is already done, guys. Now what we need to do is we need to create 2 more sections for the contact and about. So For the contact part of the web page, we'll be needing a form that we will then go on and link to a database that we'll be creating later on, and the about section will be responsible to give some information regarding the website, regarding the photographer that have uploaded the images. So let's go back to our code and move on to creating another section for the contact. So wait, let me just copy only this section of the code, and of course we'll be needing a closing tag. This will be contact us, and let's create another div. Class would be Php and Auto. So why I'm doing this is because inside the contact we'll be creating a form where there will be columns, and to manage the width and margin of these columns I am writing the class for it. Inside this div we will write a form. Inside the form, the first thing that we need is action, and the action for the form will be about.php. This is a file that we'll be creating later on. And the next thing is method, which will be post. Let's close this, create another div class named form group. Okay, form group, close it. Inside this I'll write a label that would be name. This will be our first column, input type text, of course. Let's give it a name. So this is very important. So the name that you're going to write here should be matching with the name in the database. And class form control. Now just copy this, paste and paste. So the second section would be for email. Type will also be email. Name will also be email. Third would be for the number. Let us keep the type text in case someone wants to enter the std codes. And let's go back, refresh, check, contact us. The fields are visible. Now what we need is a submit button. So after this div, let me create a button. Type submit class. So this will make the button look green, adding some CSS, and the button would be called submit. Go back, refresh, submit button is here. Now let us also create a section for the about part of the page, and then we'll move on to making a database. So to do that, what we need to do is we'll just copy this section for the about, paste it here, close this section, and here let's start writing the code. The class container fluid. So why are we using this container fluid class is because sometimes when you don't use this class, the images or text from your web page tends to create, so you can see a scroll bar here vertically, it tends to create another scroll bar horizontally, which we don't want. So container fluid, close this div. Inside it, let me create a class text center. It will say the name Mac. We just give some space and write a paragraph with a class, of course, text center. Otherwise, if the text will start from the extreme left, it would look weird. And close it. Let's add some bold and write, let's see, I am a passionate photographer interested in working in architecture, nature and travel photography. Next would be a full-time freelancer with an experience of 5 years. Well, I think this would do. Refresh. Oh, we did not change this. We'll just get right onto it. Contact us. I'm a passionate photographer interested in working in architecture, nature, travel photography, freelancer, and all of the things that we just written about Mac. We just need to change this to about, and I think we're done. Yes. So our web page is almost complete, guys. Now we need to do some changes or add some things. So the first thing that we'll be adding is an about.php file, and inside this about.php file we will be creating a connection with our database and fetching the data from it, or sending the data from our form to the database. So before that, let's go back to the browser, type in localhost followed by php my admin, click enter. But before that, you must open XAMPP control panel and start the Apache server and MySQL server. Since I already did, I did not show you the steps. So after the MySQL server has been started, you can see this PHP myadmin panel. and from here we can create databases. So inside this phpMyAdmin, click on new and let us name our database as photography. Click on create. Now what we are going to do is we will create a table where the data will be stored from our form. Let us name the table as users. Number of columns would be 4. The first column would be course ID, which will be auto incremented. The second column would be name, type variable character 250. Third is email, also variable character 250, and the final was our number, variable character 250, and click on save. So as you can see the structure of our table, the table users has been created inside the database photography. Now we need to go back to our code and write the code, PHP code, to connect our form to this database. So first variable that I'll be creating is con to connect the database. Since a server is locally hosted, the name of the server would be localhost root. That is the default. Now if connection, so this if condition will check if the connection is successful or not, and if successful, display connection successful. Next, also add if the connection is not successful, we should always have an error message, connection failed. Next, what we need to do is we need to MySQL select underscore db, and inside this we need to mention the name of our database, which is photography. Let's just go back and recheck photography, because the name is very important. If you mess with the name, the entire code goes to vain. Now let me create some variables which will fetch the data from the form in order to send them to the database. So let's keep the same names so that we don't create any confusion. Email, and of course number, post. So now that we have our variables, we need to run a query. So since we are fetching the data from the form and inserting it into a table, we need to run a query for insert into the name of the table, that is users, and then name, email, number, followed by the values that we'll be giving them. So notice this is the name of the fields that you've given in your table, and these values are these variables that we've just created. So inside it, name, second would be email, and third would be number. I think the query is done. Now to check if it works, we will run another query. And I am going to add a header file here, because once you click on submit button, let me just go back. So if you click on submit button here, the page will redirect to a different page which will just display connection successful. We don't need that. We need to stay on this page itself. So in order to do that, I am writing this header file with the location of index.php, enter, and I think we are done here. Now let's go back and add some details. Mac @simplylearn.com, number would be 123456789 Click on submit. Go back to your database, click on browse, and if the connection would be successful, you can see the data here, and we can Mac, email, and number. That's great. So now let's move on to the final section of the website. So how do we make this categories navbar work? Well, it's pretty simple. We just need to redirect to a section of a web page whenever clicked a button. So when we click on nature, we need our web page to be redirected to this section. So let's just go back to our code, and what we're going to be doing is we will create links, just a second, for every section of our web page. So let's go back to the first section, that is nature, and here write, give it an ID. So the ID for this section would be nature, close the tag, cut, and paste it here. So as you can see, this ID, this section of our web page is enclosed in this ID. So now with this a tag, we can refer this section of the web page to any button. Similarly, we will add another ID here. So the ID would be architecture, of course. Make sure the spellings are correct. Put it after the section. Now go back a ID. This would be travel. Okay, just a second. Cut it, paste it here. Again, what I'm going to do is, instead of writing it again and again, I'll just copy it from here, paste it. Since this is contact us, let me just put contact here. contact, yep, and the section, right, and this will be, of course, about. Yes, good. Now what we need to do is we need to refer these sections with the respective IDs to the buttons. Go back to the navbar code on your web page. So here is a navbar code. So inside it you can see after every button there's a reference. You just need to add the name of your ID. Do not remove this, and architecture, travel, contact, and about. Let's go back, refresh, click on categories. Okay, what happened here? Okay, no. Nature, yep. Travel, yep. Contact, about. So everything works perfectly now. So while we're at it, let me first show you. Rob @ start.com 123455555. Click on submit. So as you can see, whenever you click on submit, it redirects you to the front of the web page. I don't want that. Yeah, the database is working, so just go back to the about.php, and here we added the header location index.php, so it is redirecting the code to the start of the web page. What we need to do is we need to redirect it to a particular section, that is contact. So just add contact in front of it, save, go back, scroll down, Tony @starkindustries.com 12377777777. Click on submit, and as you can see, after you click on submit, the page does not go back to the starting, it just stays here while the data has been submitted to our database. Now that we have completed our website, a quick question for you guys. If you were asked to create a website based on your interests, what would the website be about? Let us know in the comment section below.
Now let me show you a glimpse of the website we'll be creating, which is called techbyte.com. But you can obviously create a website for the product of your choice. So let me just go to the browser, type in localhost website, and this is the website that we'll be creating. This is a very basic website for e-commerce services, but as you can see, we have displayed the top products on the front page of a website, and here from the drop down menu you can see laptops and phones. So without wasting much time, let's get started. Now before we begin, let me tell you that we'll be using Visual Studio Code as the IDE, our code editor, and Xampp as the web server solutions package, which will be hosting a local server for the website. Now, another thing that we need to do before beginning is we need to go to a browser and type in bootstrap download, go to this website, and from here download the bootstrap file. This will be a compressed file. You can download it from here, and I'll tell you later what we're going to do with it. Now let's go and set up a coding environment. So let me just close this, go to C, Xampp folder, locate h3docs folder in it, and create any name for your project. I'll be writing website, and inside this website, what you're going to do is go to your downloads. Now this bootstrap folder that we just downloaded, we are going to extract it. Inside that website folder. So let's just go back. So we need them outside. Delete this. So as you can see, we have got a CSS and JS folder, and we'll be using this in a website. Now let us begin our code. So right click, open with code. Now this is our Visual Studio code, and as you can see, our website folder is visible here, and from here we can create a new file. So our first file would be index.php. Now let's start our code. Type in exclamation mark and hit enter, and you can see this block of code will be visible here. Now we need to add a few things. Well, not a few, quite a lot. First would be title. The title would be, well, since my website is TechBuy, I'm going to keep the title as TechBuy. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to add some links to this index.php. So these are the links for the CSS files present inside this folder that we just downloaded from Bootstrap, and we'll be linking some of the files from this folder onto our website so that the website looks good. Yeah. Now the reference would be CSS. This is the folder, and the file is bootstrap.min.css. So this is the first file that we're going to be linking. Next, let's add a script here. So this is a pretty popular script, and you can find it on the internet easily. Ajax. Well, yeah, this ends a script here. Let me just recheck if I typed it correctly. Yeah, seems fine. Now moving on, we are going to be adding another script that would be JavaScript, and it will include boots jQuery bootstrap. I'm just going to find it, bootstrap.men.js. Here this ends a second script. Now let us just end this title and move on to the body part of the code. Now, what do we need to produce or create first? Now, the first thing that we need is a navigation bar. So, to create a navigation bar, I'll give you a pretty easy way to do that. Instead of writing a hefty big code, you need to go to your browser. Since we are using Bootstrap, why not take the best out of it? Now type in bootstrap navbar, go to this link, navbar bootstrap, and as you can see, this navbar can be accessed using this code. Just copy it, go back and paste it in your body. Now we'll be making a few changes to our navigation bar according to our e-commerce website, but before that, we need to check if this navigation bar is visible correctly on the web page. Now to do that, first let's open our XAMPP control panel, start our Apache server and go to a browser. Now to see the result of your code, to see if this code that you've just written is how does it look on a web page, we need to type in localhost followed by the name of the folder that you created for your project. Since the name of my folder is website, I've written website here, click on enter, and well, our navigation bar looks a bit weird. There's no designing to it. Now let me go back to the code and see what I did wrong. Well, yeah, we don't need this bootstrap reboot.min.css. Instead, we need just bootstrap.min.css. Let's save it, go back and reload. Well, our navigation bar is visible. Let's go back to the code and start making some of our changes. The first change that I'm going to be making is I will change the color theme of this navigation bar, and yeah, looks much better. Now let me remove some things. First, let's change the name to techbuy.com. Well, second, let it be home. So this is the drop down. I'll be changing it to products. The first product is laptop. The second one, phones. We don't need this here. And let me put the divider in between. We don't need this disabled part either, and neither do we need the search form. Now I want to make a few changes to the navigation bar. So this navigation bar seems a little thin. Let me add just a little bit of breadth to it. Yep, looks good. And as you can see, laptops, phones, and this dividing line. Now what we need to do is create a front page that is the top featured content on the front page that will be visible on our e-commerce website. So to do that, create a div class Let us name it, and this will be a column div. Inside this, another div class. This will be for the row. And now just a second. Yes, this will also need a class since we want our text in the center of the page, and top products. Okay, let me just add some spaces. Well, before adding those images and the products onto our page, we need to prepare a little bit more. So before that, let us just save this piece of code and see how does it look. So it displays top products in the center of the page. Looks great. Now what we need to do before we can display the products on this page is we need to create a database in where we are going to store all the information regarding our products, and we will fetch that data from the database and display it on our website. Now to create the database, just go back to the XAMPP control panel and start the MySQL server 2. Now here type in localhost php myadmin, and you can see you are now redirected to the php myadmin control panel where you can create different databases. So as you can see, I've already created a database named techby, under which I have got another table that is products with some data here. Now I'll show you how to create a database from scratch. Now to do that, we need to go to this new part. Now since we already have a techby database, let us name it something different, e-commerce, and create. Now we have created a database named e-commerce, and inside the e-commerce, what we need to do is we need to create a table. Let us create the table and name it products. Now our table will mainly consist of around 6 or 7 columns, and let us keep it 7. The first would be ID, of course, and it will be auto incremented. The second, title of the product, which will be a variable character, 255. Price of the product, since prices can be in decimal, let us keep this decimal, and the values would be 10,2. Next is brand name. This is variable character, 100 would do. Image. Now this column here will contain the location of the image on our server or on a system, since our system is the local server. So this will also be a variable character, 255. Next would be description. This will be a text, since a description can be long. And last would be featured. Alright, let us save this table, and we have our products table here in our new database, that is e-commerce. Now we need some images for this image file for our products. Now I've already downloaded some images. Let me just copy them. Now go back to a C drive, Xampp. What we are going to do is we are going back to our website folder, and we'll be creating a new folder inside the website folder, and let us name it images, and paste your images here. Let me go back to this Visual Studio Code, and as you can see, our images are visible here. We'll be using them very soon. Let us go back to this, and let me add an entry here. So we'll be working with one product, and once you understand the concept, you can add many more products later on. So the title would be Google Pixel 5, the price 65,000, brand name of course Google, image. Now to add the path of your image, what you need to do is you need to go back here, images. Now the path would be inside website and inside images folder. So website, images, and then followed by the name of the image. Since the name for my Google phone is gpixel, I'll be writing gpixel.png. Make sure you do not make a mistake while writing a name. And in the description, well, I've copied some description from the internet. I will be posting the same here. Google Pixel 5, 5G, 8GB RAM, 128GB space. Now, inside the featured part, we'll be numbering it 1 and click on go. So go back to browse, and you can see your field that you just created visible here. So now that we have the entry for our image for our product, that is Google Pixel 5 phone, in our database, let us go back to the code to see how to retrieve this information from this database into our code and display it on our screen. Let's go back to our code, and in our code, let us go back to the top, and here we are going to be creating a PHP script, and inside that script I will be accessing the database. Now let us create a connection to the database using MySQL connect, and inside this what we are going to do is we will be writing the name of the server, since the server is localhost, and then this next would be root. Now again MySQL now here select DB database, and inside this we'll be selecting a database from the myadmin panel. So what we need to do is we need to write the variable name followed by the name of the database that we need information from. So the name of our database was e-commerce. Yep. So e-commerce. So here we have created a connection with the database. Now let us create another file SQL. So for this variable will be accessing all the information stored in our table products. So we'll be writing some SQL commands. Select star, that is all the details from name of our table, products. Let me just recheck. Products, yep, and where featured is equals to 1. So remember that while creating our entry, we put this featured value as 1. So this part of the code is done. Now let us go back down where we stopped last and write our PHP script. So here what we are going to do is we will be creating a while loop. Now inside the while loop we will create another variable as products, which will be equals to MySQL, and this function is used to fetch the data from the database and feature. Well, there's something that we missed. We did not create the variable featured here, and well, it would have given an error. So what featured would do is featured would use the connection to query the SQL command. Now go back here. What this while loop will be doing is this while loop will be fetching the data from our table under the category of featured number 1. So next what we're going to do is next we will create another div class which would be inside this h4 another PHP script is equals to product. Now inside this we are, since this will be the title, we will be displaying the title from here. So what we need to do is we need to add the title and close the PHP script here. Next we need to display the image. So here in this image src we don't need to write the path of the image since we have already entered that into the database. What we need to do is we need to specify the path from where we need to fetch the image from the database. So it's pretty simple. Again, the same thing, product, and as you would have guessed it, it will be image. Was it image or images? Let me just recheck. It was image. Close this, close the file, and here we have retrieved our image. Now product. Inside this product, what we are going to get is the price, title, so that if one would hover over here, it will display the title of the product, and that's it. We need to close it. So sec. Okay, so yep, looks good. Next, we will display the price of the product. To do that, we will create a class. Let us name it lPrice. Close it. Rupees. We are doing it again. Product. And here, what we need to do is we need to get the price and close this. Similarly, whatever details that we need to display here from the database, we are going to be accessing them through this script with changing the name of the column that we need to access. So now that we have all this, let us also create a reference page, and I'll be creating another file, details.php, which will display the details of the product. But before that, let me create a button. Type button, class, button success. Now the name of the button would be more, and well, this ends here. Also, what we need to do is we need to let me just see. What we need to do is we need to end this while loop. And while here, and just close it. So this div and this div, everything's good. Save. Let's go back and see if it's working. And voila, we have our first product displayed here on the front page of our e-commerce website. Google Pixel 5, the phone, the more button does not work yet, but we'll be working on it. But it feels good, doesn't it? Now let us go back to the code and see how to create this details.php file. First, details.php, and inside this file what we're going to do is we are going to just copy paste some part of the code here, and also this part of the code. Okay, and we don't need it. Now we need one or two more things to be displayed here, so just copy this, paste it, and paste it again. Let's go back to our local host, and what we need to display here is, so we have already displayed the title, the price, and the image. So the things that we are left with is the description and the brand name. So let's go back. Price is already here. Just add description and brand name. Was it brand name? Yep, brand name. Description looks good. Change class name here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we will be refreshing this page and clicking on more. And well, yes, good. The details of our product are visible here. Now let's go back and make a little changes. So the first change would be this. So this would be product details, and save, click. There's still a big gap. Yes, looks better. Now let me just, you can add some bold or italics or whatever you like in this code. What did I do? So I've added bold in the title. Let's see if it works. I'm not sure if it does. Okay, since it's already a heading, my bad. Let me add it here. Okay, save it. So this is the price, and yes, price is in bold now. So you can make a few changes to make your description look better. And let us go back to the main page, and what we're going to do is we are going to create two new files for this laptops and phones to display them separately when we click on any of the drop down menu, since they don't work yet. Now let me show you an example to create a file for this product laptops, and you can create the rest yourself. So first thing that we need to do is we need to go back to this database into a table and create another entry. So the title would be Asus ROG laptop, price would be 1,20,000, brand name Asus, image, so the image is website images and the name of the image is rogueasus.png. rogueasus.png, and I've copied some description from the internet. And now the one thing that you need to notice is we are going to be keeping this featured part as 2 instead of 1, and go back to browse and you can see the detail that we just created with the feature number 2. So now go back to our code and create another file. Let us name it product laptops.php. Let me just see. Yep, I have. So yeah, I may have skipped this part. So in the drop down menu, when we created a navigation bar, here it was written this. So we need to replace this reference with the name of the PHP file that we just created, that is product-laptops.php. So product-laptops.php, and inside this, first thing that we need to do is copy this code, paste it here. Now here change it to 2 and drop down top products, everything looks fine. Save it. Since the feature number will be 2, let us go back, refresh, click on laptops, and here you can see the Asus ROG laptop visible. Now let me add another product on our feature page, that is the front page, to show you how do we display more than one product with the same code. So go back to this database and create another entry. Let's say HP laptop, price would be 80,000. Okay, I think I just created an entry. Let me delete it. Go back. HP laptop, price 80,000, brand name HP, image, website, images, name of the image, that is HP underscore laptop.png, HP underscore laptop.png, and the description, which I have copied from the internet. And in this feature, we're going to be writing 1. Since we are displaying this on the front page of our website, go back to browse. Here are the details. Now let's get back. We don't need to change anything. Just save it, go back and refresh. And as you can see, we have our HP laptop visible here, and similarly, we can just add products into a database, and this single piece of code is enough to display them all on a web page. So guys, these are some of the basics of an e-commerce website. You can add more products, choices, more detailed descriptions, and add more designing using CSS, Bootstrap, cards, and buy, sell sections on your website. Just play along with the code and start making your own web pages. In this video, we'll discuss some of the frequently asked questions in PHP interviews. Now, the questions are categorized in 2 sections, beginner and advanced questions. So, without any further ado, let us get started with the beginner questions. Now, the most basic question is, what is PHP? So PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It is a server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and is generally used for dynamic web development. PHP is also a very compatible language. That is, it also works efficiently with almost 20 different databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc. Next question, what is a session in PHP? Now, sessions in PHP are used to store data for users under a unique ID which can be then used across multiple web pages of a website. Next, what is peer in PHP? Now, peer stands for PHP Extension and Application Repository. It is a framework and repository for the reusable components. Focus on reusable components of PHP containing code snippets and libraries. Next, is PHP considered a case-sensitive language? So this is a very often asked questions in interviews. So PHP is partially case-sensitive since variables in PHP are case-sensitive while functions and user-defined functions are not. Next, name different types of data types in PHP. So different data types in PHP include integer, float, string, boolean, array, object, null, and finally resource. So there are total 8 different data types that exist in PHP. Next question, how is echo different from print? Now echo, it can output multiple strings at a time, while in case of print, it can output only a single string. Now echo does not have a return value, while print always returns 1. That is the reason that is echo is faster because it does not have to return a value, while print is slower in comparison to echo because it always returns a value. Now, as you can see, both of these commands, echo and print, are used in the exact same way. Next, what are the rules for naming a variable? Now, there are certain rules which you have to follow, or certain good coding practices which you have to follow while naming a variable in your PHP code. So variable name must always begin with underscore or a letter. So it cannot begin with a number or a special character for that matter. Next, variable names can include numbers but not special characters. So suppose you want to name your variable number 123. So you can use this variable but you cannot use number @123 since special characters are not included. Next, a variable in PHP is declared using this $sign followed by the variable name. Now, as you can see, this is how we declare a variable, $my_variable. You can also put a number in between or at the end while naming a variable, just not at the start. Next, name some popular PHP frameworks. So some of the popular PHP frameworks include Symfony, CodeIgniter, CakePHP, and Laravel. Moving on, how to check if a defined variable is null or not. So isAdd function is used to check if the defined variable has any value or not. So to use this, suppose you have this block of code in front of you. So suppose you want to check if this x variable that you've defined is null or not. So what you do is you put the isAdd function inside the if condition and it will return true if it's not null, while it will return false if it is a null value. Since it is not null, it returns true and we can display echo as variable x is not null, while in the case of variable y, it is a null value since so the if condition will be false and it will not display anything. Next, how are objects in PHP passed? So objects in PHP are always passed by a value, not by a reference. Next question, how to display output directly to the browser? Now, in cases you want to display your output directly onto the browser while running a piece of code, you can use these special tags to display an output directly to the browser. Now, as you may notice, these tags does not contain the PHP written. You can use them directly and replace PHP with an equal to sign followed by what you want to display and end it with a question mark and a closing bracket. Moving on, what is define function used for in PHP? Now define is used to declare a constant in PHP. Also, in contrast to the variables, there is no need for a dollar sign before declaring a constant since the value of a constant does not change. Now, this is how you can use the define function to declare a constant. Suppose you want to declare the value of pi as 3.14 throughout your PHP code and which cannot be changed. So we can use define for that. Next question is related to this question since what is constant function in use for in PHP then? So constant function returns the value of a constant. It is not used to define a constant, but it returns the value of a constant. So suppose you define a function constant using this define function and you want to return this value, you can use this constant function for that. Next, is multiple inheritance supported in PHP? So PHP only supports single level inheritance, which means a class can be extended from only one class using the keyword extended. Next, what are the different types of loops in PHP? So PHP consists of a while loop, a do while loop, a for loop, and finally a for each loop. So PHP consists of total 4 loops. Next question, how to concatenate two strings in PHP. Now, two strings can be easily concatenated using the dot operator in PHP. Now, to do that, I'll show you with the help of a code. Suppose you want to concatenate or join these two strings, str1 hello guys, and the second string would be and welcome to Simplilearn, and want to display these strings together. So to do that, you need to use this dot operator in echo. As you can see, this dot operator, so first you write the name of the first string, then followed by the dot operator. I've given this space, and then the next dot operator because this is also considered as a string, and then the third string variable, and this is how you concatenate two strings. Next question, what is the use of function num ar arguments? Now this function, as you can see, is used to return the number of arguments passed in a function. So suppose you pass a certain number of arguments in a function and want to know how many values or arguments were passed. You can use this function for that. So suppose in this sample code you want to know how many arguments were passed in this sample function. So to do that, we declare a variable number of arguments and we will equal it to the function number arguments. Now we will display it, and this sample has passed 3 arguments, so the output would be 3. Moving on, what are super global variables in PHP? Now some predefined variables in PHP are known as super global variables because they are always accessible from any function, file or class regardless of the scope. So in all, they are globally accessible. So suppose you write a piece of code and you declare a variable inside it, it would be a local variable and could be accessed only in that part of the code. But in case of super global variable, they are accessible throughout the entire code. They include global, server, request, post, get, files, env, cookie, and session. Moving on, how to invoke single line and multi-line comments. Now a single line comment in PHP can be made using this hash followed by the comment or / followed by the comment. While in case of multi-line comments, you can use this hash star and write your comments in multiple lines and enclose it with a star and slash. What I'm going to do now is I am going to show you the use of these comments in actual VS Code. Now let us take this block of code for example. Now suppose you want to add a single line comment after this variable. So what you will do is you can use this double slash. This is a variable. Also you can use slash. This is also a variable. So this is a single line comment. Now if you try to write something else after this in the next line, it will take it as part of the code, not part of the comment. So what do you do when you need to write multiple lines of comment? So suppose you need to write 2-3 lines about this line of code. What you'll do is you'll use a slash star. Now write the comment. This is displaying Simplilearn. So this is a 3-line comment which you can end simply by star and a slash. This is how you write single line and multi-line comments. Now let's move on to the next question, that is name some common applications of PHP. So some of the most commonly used PHP applications are system functions, form handling. So PHP is very commonly used to handle the forms that you see on the web pages. CRUD tasks. Now CRUD tasks are create, read, update and delete. So when you will be working with databases, this is a very important part of using databases, that is CRUD, and PHP is used very commonly in that. Next, accessing cookies, variables and set cookies. And finally, data encryption. PHP provides security through some of its frameworks, which can be used and is used very commonly throughout a lot of websites. So now that we have gone through the beginner level questions that are frequently asked in PHP interviews, let us now move on to the advanced level questions. So the first question would be, how can you execute a PHP script from the command line? Now, a PHP script from a command line can be executed by opening the command line, and inside the command line you have to specify the name of the script or name of the PHP file that you want to run. Suppose you want to run a php_script.php. So you type in the name of the PHP script that you want to run, and that particular PHP script will be executed. Next, differentiate between a dollar variable and $$ variable. So what is the difference between the two? Now in case of a single dollar variable, it is a simple variable that is simply used to store data. So as we discussed earlier, it is a variable that we define to store different data types, that is integer, float, strings, etc. While a $$ variable is a reference variable of variable. So this is used to reference already existing variables. Now to use or to understand how these two work, you can see this particular block of code here. Now in this code, what you need to focus on is this is a simple variable hello, which contains the string welcome to Simplilearn, and we have defined another variable as var, which contains the string hello. Now in this echo, as you can notice, what we are doing is we are using this. Also, before that, you need to notice is this is the same string as the name of this variable. So first we are displaying this variable and then we are referencing this variable here. So what it is doing is it is referencing the value to another variable. So hello variable is being referenced. So when you execute this block of PHP script, what you get the output is hello, since this is the variable hello, and after that what you'll get is welcome to Simplilearn, since this variable is a reference to this variable. Next, differentiate between get and post method. Now get method is used to submit form data, while post method is also used for the same feature. So the difference between them is get method sends data as part of PHP page URL. Web page URL, while a post method sends data through HTTP header. In get, the data, since the data is being sent through the URL, it is displayed in the URL of the web page, so it is not secure, while in case of post method, it is a secure form of data transfer. Hence, when developing a website for some security purposes, usually we prefer post method. Next up, how to connect to a database using a PHP script. Now suppose if you are asked this question in an interview, what you need to do is you need to just write this block of code and explain it to the interviewer. Now suppose we have a PHP script and we want to connect it to a database. What we need to do is we will create 3 different variables, that is server name, username and password. Now what we're going to do is we will create another variable con that will be used to connect it, and then we'll use the MySQL functions which will then pass these variables to create a connection. So these variable values are localhost username password. These are the default values. Now to check if the connection is connected, what we are going to do is we will use an if condition. If the con variable gets an connect error, we will display a error message that is connection failed. If not, we will display connected successfully. Now as you can see here, these names can be the name of the server that you're trying to connect. I have used localhost username password for the default values. You can use the name of the database that you're trying to connect your PHP script to. Next up, what does final class and final method mean in PHP? Now a final class in PHP means that the class cannot be extended, while a final method means that it cannot be overridden. Now as you can see in this block of code, we have used the final keyword for a class and the final keyword for a function. Now suppose this final class is being inherited by this child class, what the program will return is an error, because once you use this final keyword, this class cannot be inherited. And similarly, suppose this function is trying to be overridden by this part of the code, it cannot be because we have used the final function. Next question, differentiate between function overloading and overriding. Now function overloading, the same function is used for different purposes based on the number of arguments inside the function, while in case of function overriding, the same name and same argument function is used in parent and child class respectively to change the behavior of parent class method. Now let me show you and demonstrate the difference with an example. So let us look at this code. So suppose you have a function named showTitle, which does contain a single parameter and displays, when called upon using this parameter, displays function1. Now if you want to use the same name of the function for a different purpose, what you can do is you can increase or change the number of parameters inside the function. That is, it now contains 2 parameters. So when the same function is called using 2 parameters, it will function differently and display function overloading. So this is how function overloading works. Next, from this piece of code we can understand function overriding. Suppose you display a function demo in a base class and you want to override this demo function inside the derived class. So what you do is you make another function with the same name inside the derived class with some different properties. As you can see, it displays something different. Now you create an object for the base class, and when you use this base class object to call this demo function, you can use the properties of this function here. While if you
create another object, that is object 2, for the derived class, and you use this object to call upon the same demo function, you are overriding this base class demo function that was inherited. Instead, what it will use is it will use the properties of the derived demo function. So that is how you overload or override a class function in PHP. Now let's move on to the next question, that is differentiate between equal to and triple equal operator. So a double equal operator is generally used to check if the value of two operands are equal or not. It is generally used in case of conditional statements, while a triple equals to operator performs a type safe comparison, which means that it will only return true if both operands have the same type and the same value. So you can understand this more with this piece of code. So suppose in this case, since they both are equal, it will return true. While in this case, they both have the same type. Hence, it will return true. Now, let us check this equals to. Since they both are 1 and in PHP, it will display as true since they are equal. While when you are type checking, that is, you are checking if they're equal with the same type and same value, it will display a false since one is an integer and the other one is a string value. Also, if you check two different strings with the type safe, it will also display true. Next question, how does exception handling work in PHP? So when an exception is thrown, code following the statement will not be executed, and PHP will attempt to find the first matching catch block. So if an exception is not caught, a PHP fatal error will be issued with an uncaught exception. An exception can be thrown and caught within PHP. So what we do is we use this try and catch method to try the code, and if an error occurs, we can catch. If an exception occurs, we can throw it and the catch function will catch the exception, and if we do not include the catch function, it will result in a fatal error. Next up, differentiate between require and include. Now require, if a required file is not found, it will throw a fatal error and stop the code execution, while in case of include, if an essential file is not found, it will produce a warning and still execute the remaining scripts. So as you can see, both of these include and require are used in the exact same way with different functions. Next up, explain different types of errors in PHP. Now PHP consists of mainly three errors: notice, warning, and a fatal error. Now notice is a non-critical error, which means that something minor went wrong during execution and a lot of times you just don't pay attention to it. A warning is a critical error. Now it is given in condition where suppose an include function that we just discussed in the previous question went to retrieve a non-existent file. So suppose you use an include function and the file does not exist, it will display a warning. And the final is a fatal error. So it is a critical error resulting in termination of the code. So as we discussed in the try and catch part of the question, if an exception is thrown and we do not have a catch function for it, it will display a fatal error which will return in termination of the code. Next question, how to call a function by reference. So ampersand sign is used to call a function by reference. Now in case of reference, the actual value is modified if the value passed inside the function is also modified. While in case of value, the value of the original value does not change. So this piece of code here is an example of how you can call a function by reference. Here, as you can see, this ampersand sign will call this function by reference, and any changes made in the variables here will affect the original ones. Next question, create a singleton class in PHP. So how do we create a singleton class in PHP? Before that, let's have a look at what is a singleton class. Now, a singleton class in PHP is a class that can have only one object and hence provides only a single point of access. So generally in class, you can create as many objects as you want, and it will in turn create different access points into that block of code. So in a singleton class, you can only create a single object, hence singleton. So this piece of code, as you can notice, is used to create a singleton class. Now, to create a singleton class, you need to have the constructor function private. Now here, as you can see, a singleton class is created using this private construct, and it then checks if there's only one instance created, and if it is, it functions properly and displays initialize only once. Next question, how to encrypt a password using PHP. So PHP can be used for encryption techniques. Now the password underscore hash function creates a hash password from the password string using hashing algorithm. So suppose you create a password string and enter your password as password@123 and you put it inside the password hash function. So what it will generate is, we are echoing this generated hash. So what it will generate is this. So this is random. It changes every time you generate the password since it is encrypted, and same when you pass this password to the database using hashing algorithm, even in the database the password will not be visible. So your data is secure. Next question, mention different sorting functions for arrays in PHP. Now let us understand this question in the VS Code. So PHP consists of different sorting functions which you can use to sort a given array automatically. So if you want to sort an array in ascending order, what you need to do is use this sort function. So it will sort this array in ascending order. Now if you want to sort it in descending order, use rsort, that is reverse sort. Similarly, suppose you want to sort an array in terms of value in ascending order. So you need to use a sort function, that is this. So in terms of value, what in terms of value means is, suppose in a given array there are keys and values. So it will sort the array based on the values, that is this 22, 27 and 37. So the array will be the same since the values are already sorted. Now if you want to sort the array in according to key, that is this, you can use ksort, that is key sort function that is provided in PHP. So in case of key sort, what it does is it will sort the array in key, that is the first one would be D, that is Duke, second M, Mac, and the third R, that is raw. Now if you want to sort this array in descending order in terms of value, you use, instead of a sort, you use a reverse sort. Similarly, if you want to sort an array in terms of key in descending, you use k, instead of k sort, kr sort, that is k reverse sort. So these are the different sorting functions that are inbuilt into PHP. Moving on, what will be the output of the following code? Now, if this code is given, let me give you some time and try to pause this video and think of what will be the output of the following code. So the output of this code will be 21, 21 or 21, 21. How did it happen? But before that, if you got it correct, congratulations. But if you want to understand it, see, a is a variable that contains the value 1, while a b is a variable that is getting the value of a variable through reference. Now, we make changes in the b variable with 2 followed by this variable again, which is calling the value of a by reference. So if we make changes here, we also make changes in the value of a. Now, if we display this, since the value of a is already changed by reference,
it will display 2, 1, that is the value here. And again, since the value of b is already 2, 1, it will again display 2, 1. Moving on, what are construct function and destruct function in PHP? So a constructor or construct function is automatically invoked when a new object of a class is created and then can be used to initialize value in class. So when you create an object for a class, a constructor function is automatically invoked. But this can also be, so it does not contain any value when it is invoked. But you can also use this construct function to initialize some properties, to give some properties to the class, which will act as its default properties if nothing or no new properties are given to the class. Next is a destruct. Now a destruct is automatically invoked when an object of a class is destructed. Suppose you end the part of the code of a class, you are destroying the object. When you're ending the piece of code, a destruct function is automatically invoked to clean up the resources. Next is how can PHP and JavaScript interact. Now PHP and JavaScript cannot directly interact with each other since PHP is a server-side scripting language while JavaScript is a client-side language. But there is a way that these two wonderful languages can interact with each other. So we can swap variables since PHP can produce JavaScript code to be implemented by the browser. So yes, you can produce JavaScript code from PHP which can then be implemented by a browser, and then it is probable to pass those precise variables back to PHP via a URL. Next question is, explain type hinting in PHP. Now in PHP, type hinting is used to specify the expected data type, that is array, object, interface, etc. for an argument in a function declaration. Now during a function call, suppose if arguments does not match the expected data type, the runtime will display an error and that is a fatal error, and the program will then terminate. Now in this code here, what we are doing is we are type hinting. So this code is for string type hinting and this code is for integer type hinting. Now if these particular set of functions that have already specified the type they are expecting does not receive the same type of variable inside them, the program will return in a fatal error and it will terminate. So moving on to our final question of this video, write a class. So yes, this is an assignment, a kind of assignment for you guys. So what you need to do is you need to write a class to solve the following question which I'm going to say. So implement a class named basketball. We all like basketball, right? So implement a class named basketball with an attribute named baskets. So you have to create an attribute named baskets and initialize it to 0 as the starting position, and then create a method named score. Now when the score method is invoked, the baskets must increase by 1. So let's see the solution now. So this is how you create a class that is basketball. Now inside this class, what we are going to do is we are going to initialize the number of baskets, that is this variable, as 0 as the starting position. So to do that, what we're going to do is we will be using construct function as we discussed to initialize some default properties for the class. So this construct function is used to initialize this baskets variable to 0. Now suppose we do not call this function score, which is increasing the number of baskets, the default value will be displayed as 0 every time. Now suppose we invoke this score function every time a basket is scored, this will increase the number of baskets by 1. So this is pretty simple, and this is how you create a simple class which will perform the following question.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
MongoDB is one of the most widely used database management systems. So this video will explain why MongoDB is used and how to use it. MongoDB is basically a document-oriented NoSQL database. Now, MongoDB is different from conventional relational data models that use rows and columns. So if you wish to learn about MongoDB, then you're in the right place. So what exactly is MongoDB? It is a document-oriented NoSQL database. It was initially released in August 27, 2009. MongoDB replaces the concept of rows of conventional relational data models with something called documents. It offers developers the flexibility to work with evolving data models. Since it's document-based, MongoDB allows embedded documents, arrays, and represents complex hierarchical relationships using a single record. It is also schema-free, which means that the keys defined in the document are not fixed. As a result, massive data migrations can be ruled out. But you must be wondering, when there's something like SQL, why is NoSQL or MongoDB used? There are a few reasons why MongoDB is widely used. First up is flexibility. MongoDB's notion of documents that can contain sub-documents nested in complex hierarchies is really expressive and flexible. Flexible query model. A user can selectively index some part of a document or a query based on attribute values, regular expressions, or ranges. Next up is native aggregation. Native aggregation allows its users to extract and transform data from MongoDB and either load them in a new format or export it from MongoDB to other data sources. It makes it extremely compatible. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the schema-free model. Now, applications get the power and responsibility to interpret different properties in different ways. Now that you know what MongoDB is and why exactly it's used, let's have a look at the characteristics of MongoDB. Firstly, it's a general-purpose database. Now, MongoDB can serve heterogeneous loads and multiple purposes within an application. Again, it has a flexible schema design. Document-oriented approaches with non-defined attributes that can be modified on the fly is a key contrast between MongoDB and any other relational database. Next up is scalability and load balancing. It's built to scale both vertically but most importantly horizontally. Using sharding, an architect can share load between different instances and achieve both read and write scalability. When it comes to load balancing, this happens automatically and transparently to the user by the shard balancer. Again, we have aggregation framework. Now, MongoDB offers an extract, transform, and load framework that eliminates the need for complex data pipelines. Native replication. Now, data will get replicated across a replica set without complicated setup. Security features. Both authentication and authorization are taken into account in MongoDB. Next up is JSON. Now, JSON is widely used across the web for front-end and API communication, and as such, it's easier when the database is also compatible with the same protocol. Lastly, we have MapReduce. Now again, MapReduce is an excellent tool to build data pipelines, and MongoDB uses MapReduce readily. Now let's quickly have a look at the working of MongoDB. Data is stored in documents with the help of key-value pairs. Now the data is stored in the BSON format. At the back end, MongoDB converts JSON data into a binary format known as BSON. MongoDB also makes provision for nested data. Now all of these documents are stored in a collection. These collections hold multiple documents, and since MongoDB is schema-less, the documents in one collection need not be similar. Now again, these collections are stored in the entire MongoDB database. As mentioned earlier, MongoDB makes provision for nested data. This makes fetching of data extremely efficient when compared to other databases. Now you must be wondering where exactly MongoDB can be applied or used. So let me help you with that. Several areas of technologies use MongoDB as their DBMS currently. Some of them are Internet of Things, mobile applications, real-time analysis, personalization, catalog management, and content management. Now all said and done, let's look at some of the companies that use MongoDB currently. Companies like Toyota, SAP, AstraZeneca, Adobe, Verizon, Cisco, Barclays, and Google, among others, readily deploy MongoDB as their database management system. In this video, we're going to learn about the differences between MySQL and MongoDB. Now, I'm sure you must have heard about these database management systems, but do you exactly know what set them apart? Don't worry, I'll help you in this video. First, let's look at what exactly is MongoDB. Now, as you all know, MongoDB is an open source, document-oriented, NoSQL database. It is document-based, which means that the data stored is represented in a hierarchical relationship using a single record. And also, MongoDB is schema-free, which means there's no set schema to define how the data is being stored in the database. This causes lesser data migrations. But what exactly is MySQL then? Now, MySQL is an open source relational database management system. Unlike MongoDB, which is document-oriented, MySQL is a relational database system. Now, this uses something called as a structured query language, and this is used to access data which is stored in the form of rows and columns. Now, as mentioned earlier, data here is stored in the form of tables with rows and columns, and each data field comes with an index representing the data in the table. And SQL is developed and maintained by Oracle. So then what exactly sets them apart? So in the coming section, we'll look at some of the differences between MySQL and MongoDB depending on certain features. First up is the data structure. Now, MySQL requires you to define your tables and columns before you can store anything. And every row in a table must have the same columns. In MongoDB, you just drop the data in these documents. Also, the data in the MongoDB database is stored in a binary format called as BSON. Next up, we have schema. Now, as discussed earlier, MySQL requires a set schema to define the tables in the database. Now, the database administrator is requested to define a schema which defines how the different tables are being stored in the database. Now, this schema is crucial in case of MySQL. On the other hand, MongoDB doesn't require a prior definition of a schema. Next up is languages. MySQL uses the structured query language to perform actions on the database. It is used to retrieve data, add data, update, create a new dataset, etc. In case of MongoDB, it supports a JSON query language to work with data. Next up is foreign keys. Now, MySQL supports the usage of foreign keys. Now, if you don't know what exactly a foreign key is, then SQL uses foreign keys to link one table to another. Now, these foreign keys make data retrieval easy, especially when there are multiple tables interlinked with one another. In case of MongoDB, there's no support for foreign keys. Next up is replication. Now, MySQL supports the master-slave and the master-master replication. In this setup, data set from one master database server can be copied to other servers. In case of MongoDB, it uses something called as sharding. Now, sharding allows partitioning of data across multiple servers using a shard key. Don't worry if you're not able to understand these concepts well. In the coming videos, we'll explain these concepts in detail. Next up is scalability. Now, SQL database can be scaled vertically, while MongoDB can be scaled both vertically and horizontally. Now, horizontal scaling means scaling by adding more machines to your pool of resources, while vertical scaling refers to scaling by adding more power, like, for example, CPU or RAM. Moving ahead, let's look at performance. Now, MySQL is optimized for high-performance joins across multiple tables, while MongoDB is optimized for write performance. Talking about community support, some of the popular GitHub repositories on MySQL currently are mysql.js/mysql, and then there's MySQL Server. And at the time of writing, there were about 222,000 repositories on GitHub with 7 million commits for MySQL. In case of MongoDB, few popular GitHub repositories are MongoDB/Mongo and Doctrine/MongoDB. And at the time of writing, there were about 177,000 repositories with about 923,000 commits. According to Google Trends, MySQL is largely used compared to MongoDB. So now the question arises, which one should you choose? Well, if your application requires multi-row transactions, like for example an accounting system, then a relational database would be more ideal. But if you're using MongoDB, then it is more suitable for real-time analytics, content management, Internet of Things, mobile applications, and so on. Also, MySQL is a great choice if you have structured data and need a traditional relational database. In case of MongoDB, it is an ideal choice if you have an unstructured set of data. So you could pick your choice. And if you're partial towards one DBMS, let us know in the comment section below as to why you like that particular DBMS. In this video, I'm going to help you install and set up MongoDB on your Windows system. You will have to navigate to the official MongoDB website. And here you can see software. So go ahead and click on Community Server under Software. And you can see that the current version is 4.4.4 and the platform is Windows, and make sure that the package is MSI. Alright, now go ahead and press download. So this could take a while. Alright, so once it's downloaded, go ahead and install it. Now since it's already installed on my system, the installation process will be different, but you just need to follow the steps there and finally install it. So once you're done with the installation, you can go to your C drive, and here you can click on Program Files, and you can see that MongoDB is installed. And inside of it, you have the server folder, and then you have the 4.4 folder, and then you have the bin folder. Right? So here you have the application, that is your Mongo and the MongoD applications. Both are executable files. Now the MongoD file or the application is the daemon process. Now this is the background process that makes sure you retrieve the data from the database, access the data. So it does all the background tasks. So after the installation, now you need to create a path to this file. By doing this, you don't have to always go to the bin folder and then execute the file. You can directly execute the file on your command prompt, right? So for that, let's just go to our environment variables. But before that, let's just copy this path, right? And here under the user variable section, click on path and say edit, and go ahead and just paste it, right? I've already pasted mine, so just go ahead and paste it and click on OK and say OK, right? So now you've created the path successfully. Now let's head to our command prompt and run the Mongo file. So here you can just directly type Mongo since the path has already been created. So just go ahead and say Mongo. And here you can see that your Mongo server has been generated. And with this, you know that your MongoDB has been successfully installed and your server is up and running, right? So just for confirmation, let's see if there are any databases and how much space they've occupied. So you can right now just type show DBS. And when you click on it, it says admin, config and localhost, and all of it is 0. So with that, you have successfully installed MongoDB on your system and it's up and running. Alright.
In this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document-based when we talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema-free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open on a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows you can select appropriate option, like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder, inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD. And after that you have to say --db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine, unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoDB starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoDB, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time when you start your MongoDB without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called -db path/datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show dbs. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type dbs or db, and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set, and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space dbs. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising, because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB, and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show dbs, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is, according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection is stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB compared to the relational database, here the table which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row, it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay. Now here, once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see collection is created. In typical language, I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show dbs, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples, we have seen like how we can create a collection, and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show dbs. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.create collection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student.insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what does that meaning is? When you say db.sl student.insert and I hit enter, you can see this n inserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you, but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So db is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student, in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.create collection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.create collection. Look, db.create collection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.create collection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collection name.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.create collection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true, so you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size, we are providing the size. Suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880. That is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document, because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address, we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we're using that is known as called country. Here you're saying IE, that is called India. So it is closing here, okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter, and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document, and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db dot student dot find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you are inserting it, so by default with every single document MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So same record, if I try to add, let's go. I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what? 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now the records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional IDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the other ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, we have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id, and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp. Okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db dot new emp dot update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id, we will call emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin id name. So I just do one thing. I just change the IDs. 1, 2, 3. I just say 4. I say 5. I say 6. Okay, and I call this. Again, the 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what name. I say emp name colon. I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with dollar set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched to 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results. And that is something which is, I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in the similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's one concept available in called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name, and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we're using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you'll be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager 2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager 2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very, very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is also called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is now called collection name emp, new emp, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too. Like when I'm saying .find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry. Here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an EMP name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order, that also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay. So that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too. Because if you see in our previous records, we have some records added. Okay, that is, let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find, you can provide the specific properties. Like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon. I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this. And that's it. Okay. So we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find 2 records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. Apart of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear? where the range which you would like to consider. So those are also possible. Like you can see, we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? emp id. We are saying emp id here, colon, here we'll be using $gt. GC stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit. As I can say find emp id the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in emp id, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing emp id, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in, colon, here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346, we are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db dot new emp dot find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have this 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find a result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after the execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default, here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means one result is returned and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is, by default, index is applied on your underscore id. db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.get index is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact, because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes, and that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name called new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply. Okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name, and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on 2 properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see it will tell you total document examined 1. See now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search your document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, So hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new emp, which contains two different properties. One is called emp id and second called emp name. Just now we have applied index on our emp name, but in case if I want to apply index on emp id, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db.create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying emp id, and in this emp id we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db dot new emp dot get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db dot new emp dot drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called emp id. No, it has to be emp id underscore -1 or emp name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying emp name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the emp name, because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say emp name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used lot many operations. In our last video we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works. And to work on an aggregation, we have taken some default database name called aggregateDB, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now, if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about called aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate, like RDBMS. If you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available, which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important, well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First, we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? $match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available, which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a call student record with me, which contains a student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out, I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces, and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces, and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate. Match is known as the aggregate functionality, section A. Hit enter, and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say $and again colon, again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon, and once again we would like to start curly braces, and here we use $GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see, like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have called 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket, okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we're using this db.student.aggregate, we use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use $match. Okay, after the $match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks colon $GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket, and this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this $match we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a call student name, section, marks, everything. I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We're using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say $project. What we would like to use? $project, and colon we are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1 comma, I'm saying section colon 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks colon 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section, and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, id is not, because I really don't want id. By default id is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the id will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one what we have used here, you remember about we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces I'm giving, section colon A. Okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this. Okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name, colon, we are using 1 comma section colon 1 and 1 marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in some AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks, group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use $group. Okay, that is called group by in RDBM is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces. Again here we are passing this underscore ID. Okay, you have to provide underscore ID in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $ID whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying $section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this closing, and here we are using what? Total marks colon, here curly braces, again $sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say $marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example, we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks. But if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here, before I talk about called $group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called $match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in $match we are giving this call section colon, here we're giving A. So closing this, followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. Hit enter and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken call group underscore ID section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that, we can also use the average. Okay, so this is we have taken called group underscore ID sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces and use $sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here and we use average, and inside this average I will use in curly braces we can say $avg. Okay, colon of what? $marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind a replication is what? The idea behind a replication is like you are replicating it. Okay. So when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay. That is known as called master. Okay. And slaves. Okay. Master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay. So these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have a one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space. But yes, for the testing purpose, it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards, I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now, this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier, it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me. Hence, more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location. Okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application, you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier. And now we have called slaves. Automatically, when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default, it will be 3 node cluster, where the 1 will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on. But as a free, I'm gonna get, or I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available, no data available. nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time no setting is configured, you have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise what you can do, you can see here in my options I have given 0.0.0. that means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next you have to talk about call database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default it is username and password is given, so you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL, okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user, new user is automatically added, SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. AmarDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database in collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called AMP SL demo and employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through Mongo Shell, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a Mongo Shell with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me, so you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this, you can see this username, okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this, I open my terminal, okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo Shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you, you call some users which we have already created. Let's check. Here, SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It will ask me the password, so I've given the password admin. And now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name. Okay, now you can see some exception is raised. So you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee, and I say db dot employee dot find. So I can see we have got new collection name called. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted. In this particular tutorial, we will help you to connect your MongoDB with the front end that is called Python. As we know it very well about the popularity of Python in last recent years, it is growing like anything. So we thought, why not to offer you this connectivity where you can have the MongoDB not in a local environment but in a cloud environment. So here we will tell you how to create the MongoDB complete environment of cluster in your cloud, and we can have this connectivity with our Python which is running local to my system. So I show you about few important things one by one. So why Python, MongoDB? We understand MongoDB is one of the most important database, which is so-called document-based database available in market, and it is fantastic, phenomenal in terms of speed and the reliability. It is purely called NoSQL database, okay, and helps you to go schemaless. Now Python is one of the most commonly user-friendly programming language for creating a complete web-based framework. So it offers you huge amount of libraries with flexibility of connecting wide variety of applications. So we would like to give you the idea of like how Python and MongoDB works together. Okay, so you can use both the products together to develop different varieties of applications which can suit to different type of ideas. Now here we have one of the very popular tool available named called PyMongo. So PyMongo is actually the Python library, which is a kind of a driver through which you will be able to connect with your MongoDB and perform basic operations whichever you expect. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on those demos. Okay, so we will start with creating a MongoDB environment with cluster in one of the very popular tool that is known as called MongoDB Atlas. So we'll be opening our website and go here and talk about called MongoDB Atlas. I search for MongoDB Atlas, that is basically the MongoDB where called database as a service. I'll be selecting the first option and go to the start free because it's going to offer you by default some 500 MB of free space. I say sign up with Google. Going ahead and selecting this. Okay, I say accept and say submit. Okay, so it is starting up now. It'll ask you about a few things. I would rather say to select escape and continue. Well, it'll ask you about which environment you would like to take. So I like to take this shared cluster. I say create cluster. Now here it will take a while to get yourself ready for. We can see it is offering the sandbox of having 512 MB of free space. And this MongoDB, no backup, that is the by default cluster name. You can give the name of the cluster if you want, but let it be by default cluster 0. I'm saying create cluster. So my cluster is being ready. So it will take a while to get your cluster set up. So just wait till the time your cluster is getting ready. So I tell you about this cluster is going to give you by default 2 child and 1 parent, so called a 1 master and 2 child nodes where your cluster will get ready. So you really don't need to set up any kind of cluster in your local environment, and that is the best environment I would suggest for most of your development, where your time reduced. There will be no software requirement because sometimes version to version it changes, and you can get all the benefits of clusters. So we're just waiting till the time the cluster is getting ready. So once the cluster is ready, you will be seeing some options where will help you to create the clusters in your upcoming demos. So friends, your cluster is now ready. You can see now in this cluster you have got this environment. So in this environment you will see there are some options they have given you one by one. Build up your cluster, create a first database user, add an IP address, multiple options they're telling you now. So how to set up? So the first build of the cluster, which we have anyways done. Next is called create your first database user. So select this. So it will highlight this area. Now you can say like database access, and I'm going to create a first new database user and new database user, giving the username called admin. Let's keep very simple username and password admin123. So admin123. Yeah, same, and say add user. Now I can see the user is created. Now let's go back to the next option. It's telling me the network access. Now go here and say, sorry. Now say add IP address, and I'll say allow access from anywhere so that I can take it from anywhere. I say confirm. Now it is telling me about the progress. I select this. Now tell me about which type of collections you want. Okay, so I select this, and inside this I'll be selecting this called collections. Okay, and it's getting ready. So it is giving me some options. Well, two options it will give you: load sample dataset, add my own data. I'll say add my own data. Give the database name SL demo. Give the collection name EMP or employee. Remember, database name SL demo, or I can better give the name called SLDB. SLDB and employee. I say create. That is getting ready. Okay, so my database and table is ready. That's it. So I think we are all set with this environment. Okay, well, once it is ready, your collection is also ready. I'll go back and click on my project 0, and here, yeah, so once it is there, then I'll be clicking on this option called connect. Now it will give me the multiple options how to connect. So it will say connect with the Mongo shell, or it will say connect with your application, connect using Mongo Compass. I'll select the Python version 3.11 or later. So certainly I'll be using those version only. Okay, and in this I'm having this, so I will be using this to connect with my backend. So that's how exactly you have the setup of MongoDB cluster. Everyone, so we are all ready now with our setup. Cluster we have already created earlier. You remember about we have taken Python 3.11 or later. So here if I just go back and check, I have got 3.8.5, which is Python 3 version, which is available. So you can select based on whichever we have it. Say 3.11 or later, we can say 3.6 or later. So there'll be no much difference if I just see. Even if I just talk about 3.4, there is some change, but here 3.6 or later, it is same. So I have a 3.8.5. Okay, so I can use the same option. So here in my VSCode editor, I am using for my development. So here's a simple demo.py I have used. Welcome to check if it is working fine. So yes, it is working fine. I'll start working with my first program with MongoDB. So I just go back and say demo py, or I can say py demo.py. Okay, and here if I want to go back and start working on the development, remember one thing we need, first dependency called pymongo. Okay, what I need, pymongo, and for this we have already installed this dependency here sometime back. This is how you need to install. Okay, so we have this statement name called what, pip install pymongo. That is the first dependency which you need to download in order to work with this. Okay, so that's what we have taken, this install pymongo. So if you just see, you can go back and start developing this statement. Okay, so let's go back and start working on this. Step number 1, you need to always say import number 1. The one dependency which you've installed is called pymongo. So you can just say pymongo. That is a dependency we have recently imported from. Okay, let me go back and search from next point. So import pymongo from, here we are saying pymongo. Okay, pymongo, and we're also saying import mongo client. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, after that we would like to go back and use the cluster. So we say cluster equal to mongo client, and here I'll be passing the complete values, the one which we have taken. So this complete line, I just take it, go back, and here I'm pasting it. Now here I have to basically replace this password with admin123. Okay, and we are all set. Okay, now once it is ready, we can go ahead and define db equal to cluster and provide which database you're talking about. Okay, so you remember about we had a database which was available to us that is known as called SLDB. So I can just use the same SLDB there, and accordingly I can use which collection I'm connecting it to. So accordingly I can go back and insert a record. Okay everybody, so I can see I have got this file with me. Going forward I have to tell, so this is what exactly the connection URL you have received. Now you have to define which database you're working on. Let me say db equal to cluster, and we have to provide in double quotes the database name called SLDB. If you remember, we have used this. After that, we have to mention which collection it was. So collection equal to db, and here we just give the name called employee. That was our collection name. So once it is ready, then I have to basically perform some insert operation. So I just say post. Okay, it's just a name equal to, and here we just provide the properties like I would say name. So you know it is a JSON based database, so I can just use the name. I say Amar, and once again I can just say email and say amar@email.com. That's it. So this is just the data which I have. Now I want to insert, so I can certainly say collection dot, because I want to insert only one record. You can see I have one functions coming up, collections dot insert one, and pass post as a parameter. Now we are all done. Let's try to run this. So I'll be running this with Python 3 py mongodemo.py, hit enter. Now it's done. Let's confirm. Here into my code, I will just go back and check here inside my applications. I can just go back to my collections, and in employee, yeah, there we go. We have got some records coming up here. Okay, so these records are nothing but the one which we have recently inserted in our application. Okay, so fantastic. So first example is working perfectly fine. How we can have the records coming from the Python and insert it there. Like that, I can have as many number of records I can add it. So how we can basically add, if I want to add more than one records, let's see this now. Here, in case if I want to add more than one records, so I can just use called post one. I copy this URL and paste it below, and I say post 2. I say Amar G email amar12@mail.com, and rather than saying insert one, I can use insert many, and inside this I'll be using this square brackets and pass post 1 comma post 2. That's it. Okay, so let's change the little name because it is already there. Let's insert. Yeah, records are inserted. Let me verify once again by refreshing it. Well, now we have a total number of 3 records that are available. Yeah, there we go. So records are added. Perfect. So like this, you can have as many number of records you can basically add it. In a similar one, the way we have basically used this, I can also perform the search part too. Okay, so in case if you want to perform the search part, we have a very simple statement available with us. What? I'll go here the way we have added this. So in this, I'll just, these records which are added inside my application, I would not execute this. Rather, I would like to go back and say No, they are basically commented now, and in fact I would like to use this also. Okay, I'll go here and find results equal to same collection dot find. If I want to find a name, we can just use curly braces name colon Amarche. Okay, so let me say print and parse results. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so it will print what the results for me. Okay, so it is just printing what the cursor object for me, saying like, hey, this is what the record is available to me. We can also change in case if we do not think the correct result is coming up. We can also go back and we can use some alternative option that is called for. Okay, so what we can do, let's take a look here. We can use for. With this for, I can say result. Okay, in results and print this result. That could be one option through which you can get the details with you. Okay, so what you can do, you can run this code again. Oh, I forgot to put this semicolon here, or we need to check. Well, that was my requirement was, so I'm having this. Let's try to run this. Well, I got my result, and this is what the detail which I have available to me. So very simple how you can basically find a record and how you can basically retrieve the records. At the same time, if you want to have the specific field rather than all the fields, so here in my code, in this result, okay, you can just put the square bracket and tell which field you really want it now. Suppose if you just want ID or else if you want name, you can basically pick that up. Okay, so if I just want that ID, only ID is printed. That's it. Okay everyone, so you have seen like in my previous code how we were basically trying to fetch all the records. We were using this find. Now in a similar line, you can also have the option available, because see, when we used to talk about called find, it gets me lot many records. Fine, and because of that we were using this loop. But in case if you want to fetch the individual records, I'll be clear. So in such cases, you really do not want to use find. You can just use find one. So what you can do is, rather than using find, I can also use one more option called find one, and for which I can come back, just remove this all. Yeah, so here in this case, rather than using this find, I can use find underscore. You can see this option called find one. Here we talk about which are the properties you want to skip and which are the properties you want. So I can just use this option called underscore ID, okay, colon 0. Okay, I just remove this underscore ID 0, and here just print what results. That's it. Let's run. So that will try to fetch some of the records for you, because if you do not have that ID which you've overridden, it will certainly not found. That depends on what you would like to take. So if I just say is having some issues, but no problem, but you know it very well how it basically takes. Now in a similar line, we would like to also perform one more activity to talk about delete. So for which what I will do is this, I just want to uncomment it. Okay, and I would like to insert some records here. So here I want to add the ID by my own with name. So we already have this name. Email, I have it. I would like to use underscore ID. Okay, so we have this property underscore ID colon 101. Okay, comma, like this. Copy the same, using it here, and this time I'm using 102. Name and everything, it'll be taken. Let me say user1. Here we try to say user2. Okay, so collections.many result find one. I'm just deleting it all, and let's try to execute it first. Okay, so it's executed. Going back. Okay, so I have some records with ID 101 and 102. Now here I just delete this and perform some actions here. Here we say results equal to collection dot delete. See, the options are available: delete one and delete many. It totally depends on what you really want. Okay, so if I just talk about called delete one, it will be only deleting one record. Delete many means where the matching records are available, you delete it. Fine. So I'm just using this option called delete many. Okay, wherever the property names are matched, cause quite possible names sometimes match or whatever it is. So it's delete many. So the option is up to you now how you want. So the selected name you have to offer it, whether you want to match it with the name or whether you want to match it with the email or whatever it is. So that will be offering it. But there's also one option available where you would like to delete everything. Are we clear? So if you're planning to delete it everything, what you can do, you can just leave it as a blank and try to run this. So collection dot delete underscore many. Let's check. Great. All records are deleted. So as I told you earlier also. So delete many means what? It will delete all the records whichever are present in your code now. Clear? In a similar one, if I want to perform insert, so you remember about we have an option called what? Insert many, and here we would like to pass post 1, post 2. Let's execute. So it will add the records inside this. Okay, and next time what I want to perform, after adding this record, I would like to perform the update part. Okay, so what I really want in my update, let's take a look. Update means certain properties I'm looking forward to be get updated. Okay, so in case if I want to check whether record has to be updated, I would first go and check whether the record does exist or not. Yeah, we have two names, user1 and user2. Let's go back and update part. Here I just say collections, okay, dot update one, update. You can see update one here. Very simple functionality. Here you will go and tell which ID you would like to perform an update. So I say underscore ID colon. Which ID you want to consider? I'm saying 101. Okay, and what else? So I just use another curly braces and I say, sorry, $set, and after this I use this colon, use the curly braces, name, okay, and use what name you want to use it. So suppose there is a user 1, I'm saying user 123. Okay, let's see. It is loading and you can see the record user 123 is updated. Perfect. So your code is absolutely working fine. So you talk about either insert, you talk about what update, you talk about anything, it works. So insert, update one, delete one, insert one, as the name suggests, they'll be taking care about inserting, updating and deleting one records. But the moment you use many, they'll be performing multiple records. So this is a very simple way like how the Python will connect with your MongoDB.
Now with that, we have come to an end of this session on PHP and MongoDB. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you need the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.